Every calm face you see during the day may be carrying a storm no one else can hear. When the lights go low, when the phone grows quiet, when the world finally stops pulling at you, the hidden mind begins to speak. The old fears return. The unfinished worries rise. The body stays tense, even when the room is safe. Not because you are broken, but because your subconscious has been trained to stay ready for danger. We were taught to survive, to handle it, to keep moving, to pretend we are fine. But very few people were taught how to tell the nervous system, "It is over now." Very few were taught how to let the mind release what the heart has carried for too long. So anxiety keeps living in the background, shaping your sleep, your thoughts, your mood, and your tomorrow, before you even wake up. But there is a deeper part of you that still remembers peace. A quiet part, a steady part, a part beneath the fear, beneath the pressure, beneath the noise. And tonight, you are not here to fight your anxiety. You are here to stop feeding it, to stop obeying every warning, to stop treating every thought like a threat. Tonight, this is your reset. 4 hours to soften the body, 4 hours to quiet the hidden alarms, 4 hours to release the fear stored beneath your awareness, 4 hours to let your sleeping mind return to safety, silence, and peace. And as the body begins to settle into the quiet of the night, something else begins to rise. There is a moment right before sleep fully takes you, when the world fades but your mind does not follow. The noise outside disappears, yet inside a different kind of noise begins to grow. Not loud in sound, but loud in feeling. Thoughts that were silent during the day suddenly step forward. Worries that felt distant begin to feel close. And what seemed manageable under sunlight now feels heavier in the dark. It can feel confusing. The day may have gone well. Nothing dramatic may have happened. Yet as soon as everything becomes still, your mind becomes active. Not because something is wrong with you, but because this is when the mind finally has space to speak. During the day, your attention is pulled in many directions. Conversations, tasks, decisions, distractions. Even small things like checking your phone or moving from one place to another keep your mind occupied. These movements act like a cover. They keep deeper thoughts beneath the surface, but at night, that cover is removed. There are no more roles to play, no more expectations to meet, just you and your awareness. And in that stillness, the mind does what it has been trying to do all along. It releases what has been held back. This is why anxiety often feels louder at night, not because it suddenly appears, but because it was already there, waiting for quiet. The night does not create anxiety. It reveals it. The subconscious mind does not operate on logic the same way your conscious mind does. It stores emotional impressions, unfinished experiences, subtle fears, and patterns that have been repeated over time. During the day, you may override these patterns with action and focus. But when you lie down and close your eyes, control softens. The subconscious begins to move more freely. This is when old conversations replay. This is when you start thinking about what you should have said, what you could have done better, what might go wrong tomorrow. It is not trying to harm you. It is trying to resolve what feels incomplete. But without guidance, it repeats instead of releases. There is also something deeper happening in the body. Your nervous system has two main states, one that prepares you for action and one that allows you to rest. If your body has been living in a state of alert for too long, even without you realizing it, it becomes used to that feeling. It becomes familiar. And anything unfamiliar, even calm, can feel uncomfortable. So when the night comes and everything slows down, your system does not immediately trust it. It does not recognize the quiet as safe. Instead, it begins scanning for problems. It starts asking silent questions. What did I miss? What could go wrong? What should I prepare for? This is not weakness, this is conditioning. If your mind has learned that staying alert keeps you safe, it will continue doing so even when there is nothing to protect you from. It does not know the difference between past danger and present safety. It only knows patterns. That is why the same thoughts can return night after night. It is not because you have not solved them. It is because your system has not felt safe enough to let them go. And there is another layer that many people do not notice. At night, without external stimulation, your awareness becomes sharper. You feel things more clearly. Sensations in your body become more noticeable. Your heartbeat, your breathing, even small tensions in your muscles. If your mind is already in a sensitive state, it can interpret these sensations as signals of danger. A slightly faster heartbeat can turn into worry. A tight chest can turn into fear. A random thought can turn into a long chain of overthinking. And before you realize it, your body and mind are feeding each other, creating a loop that feels hard to escape. But here is what changes everything. The night is not your enemy. The silence is not against you. The thoughts are not there to trap you. They are signals, not signals of danger, but signals of attention. Your mind is showing you what it has been carrying. Your body is showing you where tension still lives. The quiet is giving you a chance to see clearly what the noise of the day keeps hidden. And this is where the shift begins. Instead of trying to push the thoughts away, instead of trying to force sleep, instead of fighting the feeling, something different becomes possible. You can begin to observe without reacting. You can allow the mind to speak without following every word. You can let the body feel without turning every sensation into a problem. Because the more you resist, the more the mind believes it needs to keep going. But the moment you stop treating every thought as urgent, something softens. The intensity begins to fade. The loop begins to slow down. The night is not trying to overwhelm you. It is trying to help you release what the day could not process. And as you begin to understand this, a quiet confidence starts to form. You no longer see the nighttime mind as something to fear. You begin to see it as something you can guide. Because once you learn how to meet the night without resistance, the same silence that once amplified anxiety becomes the space where it dissolves. And from here, something even deeper begins to unfold. And as that quiet understanding begins to settle in, another truth slowly reveals itself. Because the mind is not the only place where anxiety lives. There is a deeper layer, one that does not speak in thoughts or words. A layer that does not explain, does not argue, does not try to make sense. It simply holds. And what it holds is often what the mind could not finish. There are feelings you moved past too quickly. Moments you brushed aside because life kept going. Reactions you controlled because you had to stay strong. And even though your mind may have left those moments behind, your body did not. It remembers in its own way. There is a quiet tension that sits in the chest without explanation, a tightness in the shoulders that never fully leaves, a subtle restlessness in the stomach that comes and goes without a clear reason. These are not random sensations. They are echoes, not loud, not obvious, but still present. The body does not process experience the way the mind does. It does not rely on language. It responds through feeling, through sensation, through physical patterns that repeat over time. When something intense happens and there is no space to fully feel it, the body stores that energy instead of releasing it. This is why certain situations can trigger a reaction that feels bigger than the moment itself. It is not just about what is happening now. It is about what was never completed before. When fear is experienced but not fully expressed, The body holds it as a kind of unfinished cycle. The heart may have wanted to race, the muscles may have wanted to move, the breath may have wanted to change. But if those responses were interrupted or suppressed, the energy remains. Over time, this stored energy becomes part of your baseline. You may not notice it directly, but it shapes how you feel, how you react, how your system responds, even in calm environments. This is why sometimes anxiety shows up without a clear cause. Nothing specific is happening, yet the body feels alert. The mind then tries to explain it, creating thoughts to match the feeling. But the origin is not always in the present. It is in what the body has been carrying quietly. There is also a reason why certain memories do not need to be remembered clearly to still affect you. The body does not need a full story, it only needs the emotional imprint. Even if you cannot recall the exact moment, the feeling can still live within you. This is not something to fear, it is something to understand. Because once you see that your body is holding unfinished experiences, you begin to relate to your anxiety differently. It is no longer something random or out of control. It becomes a signal, a message that something within you is asking to be completed, not ignored. The problem is that many people try to solve this only with the mind. They try to think their way out of a feeling that was never created by thought in the first place. They analyze, they question, they search for answers. But the body does not respond to analysis. It responds to presence. When you slow down and begin to notice what your body is feeling without trying to change it, something shifts. The tension that once felt solid begins to soften. The sensation that felt stuck begins to move, not because you forced it, but because you finally gave it space. Breathing plays a quiet but powerful role here, not as a technique to control, but as a way to reconnect. When the breath becomes slow and steady, it sends a signal to the body that it is safe to release. Not all at once, but gradually, in its own time. There is also something important about allowing small movements. A slight stretch, a gentle shift in posture, even the act of placing your hand over your chest can create a sense of grounding. These are not solutions in the traditional sense. They are ways of communicating safety without words, because that is the language the body understands. Safety is not something you think into existence. It is something the body feels, and once it begins to feel safe, it no longer needs to hold on to what it was protecting. This is why rest can sometimes feel uncomfortable at first. When the body is used to holding tension, letting go can feel unfamiliar. It may even feel like something is missing, but that is only because your system is adjusting. It is learning a new state, and this is where patience becomes important. The body does not release everything in a single moment. It unfolds layer by layer, each time you allow it instead of resist it. Each time you choose to stay present instead of escape. Each time you listen without trying to fix. What you begin to notice is that the sensations change. They do not stay the same. What felt tight becomes loose. What felt heavy becomes lighter. What felt overwhelming becomes manageable. And slowly the connection between your body and your awareness becomes clearer. You begin to trust what you feel without being controlled by it. You begin to understand that not every sensation is a warning. Some are simply a release in progress. The body has been carrying what the mind could not finish, but it does not want to carry it forever. It only needs the right conditions to let it go. And as that process begins, something deeper starts to take shape. A quiet sense of ease. A feeling that not everything needs to be held anymore. And from that place, the path toward real rest becomes clearer. And as the body slowly begins to loosen what it has been holding, another quiet truth begins to unfold. Because release does not happen just because you want it to. It happens when something deeper is finally felt. There is a moment, often unnoticed, where your body asks a simple question, not in words, not in thoughts, but in feeling. Am I safe enough to let go? And the answer to that question shapes everything that follows. Something inside you has been waiting for permission, not the kind you give with logic, but the kind your body can actually believe. Because no matter how many times you tell yourself, "I'm fine," if your system does not feel safe, it will continue to hold on. This is where sleep becomes more than just rest. It becomes a doorway. During the day, your awareness is active, focused, outward. You are thinking, deciding, reacting. But when you begin to fall asleep, that layer softens. Control fades. The conscious mind steps back, and the deeper system takes over. This is when the body finally has the chance to process what was left unfinished. But here is the part most people miss. Emotional release does not begin with effort. It begins with safety. If your body still feels like it needs to stay alert, even slightly, it will not fully enter the depth of rest where true release happens. It will hover. It will stay close to the surface. You may fall asleep, but not deeply. You may rest, but not restore. That is why some nights leave you feeling just as tired as before. Not because you did not sleep, but because your system never fully let go. Safety is not something you create with force. It is something you allow. It is in the way your breath slows without being pushed, in the way your muscles soften without being told, in the way your thoughts begin to lose urgency without being silenced. These are small signals, but they speak loudly to the body. When the nervous system begins to sense that there is no immediate threat, it starts to shift. The constant scanning quiets down. The subtle tension begins to dissolve. The body moves from guarding to restoring. And in that state, something important happens. Emotions that were paused during the day begin to move again. Not all at once. Not in a dramatic way. Sometimes it is just a feeling that rises and passes, a memory that appears and fades, a subtle wave that moves through the body and disappears without explanation. This is not random. This is your system completing what it could not complete before. Every experience that carries emotional weight has a natural cycle. It rises, it is felt, and then it settles. But when that cycle is interrupted, the energy remains unfinished. It stays stored, waiting for a moment when it can finally move through. Sleep, when it is deep and safe, creates that moment. It allows the body to process without interference, without overthinking, without resistance. But if the body does not feel safe, it will not allow that depth. It will keep you close to the surface where everything remains unresolved. This is why creating a sense of safety before sleep changes everything, not through strict routines or rigid control, but through gentle signals that tell your system it can rest. Lowering the lights, slowing your movements, allowing silence without filling it immediately. These small shifts begin to change how your body interprets the night. Because safety is not in the environment alone. It is in how your body experiences that environment. You could be in a quiet room and still feel tense, or you could be in a simple space and feel completely at ease. The difference is not the place, it is the state of your system. And once that state begins to shift, sleep transforms. It is no longer just a break from the day, it becomes a process of quiet healing. The breath deepens naturally, the muscles release without effort. The mind stops trying to control every thought. And in that openness, the body begins to let go of what it has been holding. There is also a kind of trust that develops over time. The more your body experiences safe rest, the more it learns that it does not need to stay on guard. The patterns of tension begin to weaken. The need to prepare for something goes down. The system begins to choose rest more easily. This is not something you force overnight. It builds slowly, through repetition, through consistency, through moments where you allow instead of resist. And the more this happens, the more emotional release becomes natural. It no longer feels overwhelming. It no longer feels like something you have to manage. It becomes something that moves through you without staying stuck. You wake up feeling lighter, even if you cannot explain why. The same thoughts may still exist, but they no longer carry the same weight. The same situations may still be there, but your response feels different. This is what happens when the body finally feels safe enough to let go. And this connection between safety, sleep, and emotional release becomes clearer with each night. It is not about escaping your thoughts. It is about creating the conditions where your system no longer needs to hold them. And as that understanding deepens, something even more subtle begins to appear. A quiet stability, a sense that you are no longer at the mercy of your internal state. Because when safety becomes real, rest becomes deep. And when rest becomes deep, release becomes inevitable. And as your system begins to feel safer, as sleep slowly becomes deeper, another question starts to rise. If the body is learning to let go, if the mind is beginning to quiet, then why do the same thoughts keep returning? There is a strange moment many people experience. You have already thought about the problem. You have already understood it. You may even know exactly what to do. And yet, when the night comes, it shows up again. Not louder in logic, but heavier in feeling. It can feel frustrating, almost like your mind is working against you, like it refuses to move on. But what is happening is far more subtle. The subconscious does not measure understanding the way the conscious mind does. To the thinking mind, once something is clear, it feels complete. You analyze it, you break it down, you find a conclusion. That feels like resolution. But to the subconscious, understanding is not enough. It is not looking for answers. It is looking for completion. And completion for the subconscious comes through emotional processing, not just mental clarity. This is why a problem you have already solved can still return at night. Because even though your mind has reached a conclusion, your body may not have fully experienced the emotion connected to it. There may have been tension you did not allow yourself to feel, disappointment you moved past too quickly, fear you brushed aside because you needed to stay focused, and even though you moved forward, something inside remained unfinished. So the subconscious does what it is designed to do. It brings it back, not to confuse you, not to disturb you, but to give you another chance to process what was left incomplete. This is also why the replay does not feel neutral. If it were just about thinking, it would pass quickly. But it comes with a feeling, a weight, a subtle pull that keeps your attention there longer than you want. That feeling is the signal. It is the part that was never fully released. The mind then tries to help by engaging with it again. It starts analyzing, rethinking, searching for better answers. But this creates a loop, because the subconscious is not asking for a better solution. It is asking for space to feel and release. And until that happens, it will continue to return. There is also a protective element involved. Your system believes that if something felt important once, it must still be important. So it keeps bringing it forward, just in case it needs your attention again. It is not trying to trap you in the past. It is trying to keep you prepared. But preparation without release becomes repetition. This is where overthinking begins, not as a failure of the mind, but as an attempt to resolve something that was never meant to be solved through thinking alone. And this is why trying to force these thoughts away rarely works. The more you resist them, the more your system believes they are important. The more you engage with them, the more you stay in the loop. It feels like there is no way out. But there is a different way to meet them. Instead of treating the thought as a problem to fix, you begin to see it as a signal to feel. You allow it to be there without trying to improve it, without trying to change the outcome, without trying to control where it goes. At first, this can feel uncomfortable because you are used to responding, used to solving, used to doing something. But when you stay with the feeling underneath the thought, something begins to shift. The intensity starts to soften. The urgency begins to fade. The thought loses its grip, not because you pushed it away, but because it no longer needs to hold your attention. This is how completion happens. Not through perfect answers, but through allowing the emotion to move through without interruption. There is also a deeper layer to this. Sometimes the mind replays problems not because they are unresolved, but because they are tied to identity. A situation may have made you question yourself, your worth, your decisions, your direction, and even if you logically moved on, a part of you is still trying to restore that sense of stability. So the mind returns to the moment, trying to understand it from every angle, hoping to find a version that feels more secure. But true stability does not come from rewriting the past. It comes from loosening the need to hold on to it. And that loosening happens in the body, not in the story. This is why nighttime can feel like a loop. Because in the absence of distraction, the subconscious finally has space to present what still carries weight. But once you understand this, the loop begins to change. You no longer see the replay as something you need to escape. You begin to see it as something you can move through. You stop asking, "Why is this happening again?" and start noticing, "What is this asking me to feel?" And in that shift, something powerful happens. The repetition loses its purpose. Because the moment the emotion is allowed to complete, the subconscious no longer needs to bring it back, not because you forced it to stop, but because it has nothing left to finish. And slowly, the nights become quieter. Not because the mind has nothing to say, but because it no longer needs to repeat what has already been released. And from that quiet, a deeper kind of rest begins to take shape. And as those repeated thoughts begin to lose their grip, as the mind slowly stops circling the same unfinished loops, something deeper asks for your attention. Because even when the thoughts fade, the body can still feel like the day is not over. There is a subtle tension that lingers, a quiet alertness that refuses to fully switch off, almost as if something inside you is still waiting, still preparing, still holding on. And this is where many people get stuck. They try to sleep, but their system is still awake. Not in the way you notice with your eyes, but in the way your body remains ready, ready for the next message, the next problem, the next demand, even when none of it is coming. There is a quiet truth here. Your nervous system does not automatically know when the day has ended. Time passes, the clock moves, the lights go off. But unless something signals completion, your system can continue running as if everything is still active. This is why simply lying down is not always enough. Because rest is not just about stopping movement. It is about sending a clear message that it is safe to stop. And that message is something you can learn to give. There is a moment between doing and resting, a space that often goes unnoticed. Most people move from activity straight into sleep, carrying the same internal pace with them, the same mental speed, the same emotional charge. But the nervous system needs a bridge, a transition, something that gently shifts it from action into stillness. This does not require anything complicated. It begins with slowing down on purpose, not all at once, not in a forced way, but gradually, letting your movements become softer, your breathing become deeper, your attention move away from what needs to be done and toward what is already enough. Even something as simple as sitting in silence for a few moments before lying down can begin to change the signal, because in that silence, your system starts to notice, nothing is being asked of me right now. And that noticing is powerful. There is also something important about acknowledging the end of the day, not by reviewing every detail, but by recognizing that whatever was done was done. Whatever was not done can wait. The mind may try to pull you back into unfinished tasks. It may remind you of what is left. But the body needs a different message. It needs to feel that there is no more action required. Sometimes this can be as simple as a quiet sentence in your own awareness. Today is over, not as a thought you argue with, but as a statement you allow. And then you let the body respond. The shoulders begin to drop slightly. The jaw loosens. The breath changes without effort. These are small shifts, but they speak directly to your system, because the nervous system listens more to sensation than to words. Another layer to this is consistency. The body learns through repetition. When you begin to create a pattern where the end of the day is marked by calm, by slowing, by release, your system starts to recognize it more easily. It begins to anticipate rest instead of resisting it. Over time, this becomes automatic. You no longer have to convince yourself that it is time to relax. Your body begins to move in that direction on its own. There is also value in letting go of stimulation, light, sound, constant input. All of these keep the system engaged. Even subtle things can maintain a level of alertness. Reducing this gradually allows your awareness to turn inward without being pulled outward again. And as that inward attention grows, you begin to notice more, not problems, but signals, where tension is still present, where the breath is shallow, where the body is holding more than it needs to, and instead of fixing, you allow. You give space for those areas to soften on their own, because the goal is not to force relaxation. It is to remove what prevents it. There is also something deeply important about not rushing this process. The nervous system has its own pace. Trying to speed it up often creates more resistance. But when you allow it to unfold gradually, it begins to trust the experience. And trust is what allows true rest to happen. Because once the body trusts that the day is over, it no longer needs to stay alert. It no longer needs to prepare. It no longer needs to hold on. This is when sleep begins to deepen. Not because you chased it, but because you created the conditions for it to arrive. And in that deeper sleep, something else begins to happen. The mind clears without effort. The body restores without interruption. And the quiet that once felt uncomfortable begins to feel like relief. This is the art of teaching your system that it is safe to let go, not through force, but through gentle, consistent signals. And as you continue to practice this, night after night, something changes. The end of the day no longer feels like a struggle. It becomes a release, a return, a moment where everything you carried can finally be set down, and from that place, real rest begins to take hold. And as your system slowly learns that the day can truly end, as the body begins to trust that it no longer needs to stay on guard, another layer quietly comes into view. Because even when the present is calm, something inside you can still react as if it is not. There are moments where nothing is happening, and yet your body tightens, your thoughts shift. A sense of unease appears without warning, not loud, not dramatic, but enough to pull you out of rest. And it feels real. It feels like something is wrong right now. But often, it is not about now at all. There is a quiet emotion that rises when you notice this, a feeling that something familiar is returning, even if you cannot name it. It does not ask for your attention directly. It simply shows up. and your system responds. This is how old worries move through you. They do not arrive as memories, they arrive as signals. The subconscious does not always bring the past back as a clear image. It brings back the feeling that was attached to it. And when that feeling appears, your body reacts the same way it did before. Faster breath, slight tension, a shift in focus, and then the mind steps in. It begins searching for a reason, something in the present that explains why you feel this way. It scans your life, your plans, your surroundings, trying to match the feeling with a current situation. And once it finds something, even something small, it connects the two. Now it feels like the problem is happening right now, but what you are actually feeling is a pattern, an old response that has not fully been released. This is why the reaction can feel stronger than the situation itself, because it is not coming from one moment, it is coming from many. Moments where you felt uncertain, pressured, overwhelmed, times where your system learned that it needed to stay alert, to prepare, to protect. Those experiences do not disappear just because time has passed. They become part of how your system reads the world. So when something in the present feels even slightly similar, not logically but emotionally, the body responds as if it is the same situation. This is not a mistake. It is a form of protection. Your system is trying to keep you safe by recognizing patterns early, but without awareness, it cannot tell the difference between what is happening now and what has already passed. And this is where confusion begins, because your conscious mind knows the situation is manageable. It may even know that nothing serious is wrong, but the body is responding to something deeper. And when the body feels unsafe, the mind follows. It begins to create urgency. What if something goes wrong? What if this becomes a problem? What if I am not prepared? And just like that, a small signal turns into a full experience. But there is something important to understand here. The feeling is real, but the danger is not. The sensation in your body, the tension, the alertness, the shift in breathing, those are real responses. But they are responses to a past pattern, not a current threat. And once you see this clearly, something begins to shift. You stop treating every feeling as a warning. You begin to notice the difference between reaction and reality. Instead of asking, "What is wrong right now?" you begin to sense, "What does this remind my body of?" This small shift changes everything, because it creates space. Space between the feeling and the story. Space between the reaction and your response. And in that space, you are no longer pulled automatically into the loop. You can stay with the sensation without needing to solve it immediately. You can allow the body to feel what it is feeling, without turning it into a present problem. This does not make the feeling disappear instantly, but it changes how it moves. Without resistance, it begins to soften. Without urgency, it begins to slow down. And without the mind feeding it new stories, it begins to lose its intensity. There is also something important about grounding in the present, not by forcing your attention, but by gently noticing what is actually here. The steadiness of your breath, the support beneath your body, the quiet of the room. These simple anchors remind your system that this moment is different, that the environment is not the same as before, that there is no immediate threat. And the more your system experiences this, the more it begins to update its response. Old patterns begin to weaken, new signals begin to form, and slowly the body learns that it does not need to react in the same way. This is how old worries lose their power. Not by being erased, but by no longer being mistaken for the present. And as this clarity deepens, something else becomes possible. A sense of steadiness, even when feelings rise. a quiet confidence that not every reaction needs to be followed. And from that place, the mind no longer has to fight itself, because it begins to understand what is truly happening beneath the surface. And that understanding brings a different kind of calm, one that does not depend on everything being perfect, but on knowing that not everything that feels urgent is actually real. And as you begin to notice that not every feeling is a present danger, as the body slowly learns to separate memory from reality, another question quietly rises. If not every signal can be trusted, then how do you know which ones to listen to? Because sometimes what feels like a warning carries a sense of importance. It feels serious. It feels convincing. It feels almost wise. And this is where many people get lost. There is a feeling that comes up, and it does not feel like panic. It feels calm but heavy, clear but restrictive. It tells you to hold back, to be careful, to not take the risk, to stay where you are. And because it does not feel chaotic, it is easy to believe it is intuition. But not everything that feels quiet is truth. There is a very subtle difference between real intuition and fear that has learned to speak softly. Real intuition does not come with pressure. It does not rush you. It does not repeat itself over and over, trying to convince you. It arrives gently, and then it allows you to choose. Fear, on the other hand, even when it is quiet, carries a certain tension underneath, a sense that something must be avoided, that something could go wrong, that you need to act in a certain way to stay safe. It may not feel loud, but it feels tight. This is the key difference. Intuition feels open. Fear feels constricted. Intuition gives you clarity without forcing direction. It may guide you, but it does not trap you. There is space around it. You can breathe with it. You can step toward it without resistance. Fear narrows your world. Even when it sounds reasonable, it limits what feels possible. It keeps you in a smaller space, where everything feels controlled and predictable. And the mind is very good at supporting this. It creates logical reasons. It builds stories that make the fear sound intelligent. It uses past experiences as evidence. It sounds convincing because it is built on real moments. But the intention behind it is different. Fear is trying to protect you from discomfort. Intuition is guiding you toward alignment. Fear focuses on what could go wrong. Intuition quietly points to what feels true, even if it is unfamiliar. There is also a difference in how they stay. Intuition comes, and then it fades into the background. It does not need constant attention. Fear lingers. It circles back. It repeats itself in different forms, trying to keep your focus on it. And this repetition creates confusion, because the more something shows up, the more important it feels. But repetition is not always truth. Sometimes it is just a pattern that has not yet been questioned. Another way to notice the difference is in the body. When intuition is present, even if the message is serious, there is a sense of steadiness. The body does not tighten. The breath remains natural. There is a quiet knowing that does not disturb your balance. When fear is present, the body reacts. There may be subtle tension, a slight change in breathing, a feeling of unease that stays beneath the surface. Even if the thought sounds calm, the body tells a different story, and the body is often more honest than the mind. This is why slowing down becomes important, not to analyze, but to feel. When a thought arises, instead of immediately believing it, you allow yourself to notice what happens in your body. Does it open, or does it close? Does it feel steady, or does it feel urgent? Does it give you space, or does it take space away? These small observations begin to reveal the truth behind the thought. There is also something deeper happening here. Fear often disguises itself as wisdom because it has been with you for a long time. It has learned your patterns. It knows what feels safe. And anything outside of that can be labeled as a risk. So when you begin to move towards something new, something uncertain, something that requires growth, fear steps in, not loudly, but carefully. It speaks in a way that sounds reasonable. It says, maybe this is not the right time. Maybe you should wait. Maybe you should think about it more. And without realizing it, you begin to stay where you are. Not because it is right, but because it feels familiar. Intuition does not keep you stuck in what is familiar. It may feel uncertain, but it carries a sense of rightness that goes beyond comfort. It does not argue with fear. It simply exists beneath it. And when you become quiet enough, you begin to feel it. Not as a voice, but as a direction, a subtle pull, a sense of alignment that does not need to explain itself. This is why the night becomes such a powerful space, because in the quiet, when you are no longer reacting to everything around you, the difference becomes clearer. The noise of fear begins to fade, and what remains is softer but more real. You do not need to force this understanding. It develops as you continue to observe, as you stop following every thought, as you begin to trust what feels steady instead of what feels urgent, and over time, something changes. You no longer confuse fear for guidance. You begin to recognize it as a protective pattern, not a final truth. And intuition becomes easier to feel, not because it gets louder, but because everything else becomes quieter. And in that quiet, your decisions begin to come from a different place. Not from pressure, not from avoidance, but from clarity. And that clarity brings a kind of peace that does not depend on having all the answers, only on knowing what feels true beneath the noise. And as you begin to recognize the quiet difference between what is true and what only feels urgent, another pattern slowly becomes visible. Because even when there is no real danger, even when your body begins to soften, the mind still reaches forward. It tries to touch tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. There is a quiet tension that comes with this, not loud, not dramatic, but persistent. A need to figure things out early, to prepare, to plan, to solve problems that have not fully taken shape yet. And it feels responsible. It feels like you are doing the right thing, staying ahead, being careful, making sure nothing catches you off guard. But beneath that effort, something else is happening. There is a moment when your mind moves beyond the present and begins creating a version of the future. It fills in gaps with possibilities, some realistic, some imagined, all unfinished. And once those possibilities appear, your system responds as if they are already real. The body tightens slightly. The breath becomes less steady. The sense of calm begins to shift into quiet alertness. Not because something is wrong now, but because something might be wrong later. And the mind tries to resolve it. It starts running through scenarios. What if this happens? What if that goes wrong? What if I am not ready? It looks for answers to questions that do not yet have a clear shape. And this is where anxiety begins to build, not from what is happening, but from trying to control what has not arrived. There is a misunderstanding here that many people carry. They believe that if they think about the future enough, if they prepare enough, if they analyze every possible outcome, they will feel more at ease. But the opposite often happens. The more the mind tries to control tomorrow, the less stable today feels. Because the future is not something you can fully predict or manage in advance. It is something that unfolds. And when you try to fix it too early, you step into uncertainty without resolution. You are dealing with incomplete information, undefined situations, and imagined outcomes, And the mind does not like unfinished things, so it keeps going. It keeps searching, adjusting, predicting, and the body stays in a state of quiet tension, always preparing, never completing. This is why anxiety can feel endless, because the future never fully arrives in the mind. There is always another possibility, another scenario, another angle to consider. And without realizing it, you become trapped in a cycle of anticipation, trying to secure something that cannot be secured yet. There is also something deeper beneath this pattern, a desire for certainty, a need to feel in control, not because you want to dominate everything, but because control feels like safety. If you know what is coming, you can handle it. If you are prepared, you will not be caught off guard. But life does not move in a way that allows complete control. And when the mind tries to force that control, it creates resistance. Because it is working against something that is naturally uncertain. This resistance is what you feel as anxiety, not the future itself, but the attempt to hold it still before it moves. And there is a different way to relate to this. Instead of reaching forward, you begin to return, not by ignoring the future, but by recognizing where your influence actually exists. You cannot solve tomorrow from tonight, but you can create stability now. You can allow your body to settle. You can let your breath return to its natural rhythm. You can notice that in this moment, there is no immediate threat, and this is where control shifts. From trying to manage what is not here, to being present with what is. This does not mean you stop planning. It means you stop overextending your mind into spaces where resolution is not possible. You begin to trust that when tomorrow comes, you will meet it with the same awareness you have now, that you do not need to prepare for every possibility to be capable. That clarity often arrives when the moment is real, not imagined. There is also something important about letting thoughts remain incomplete. Not every question needs an answer right away. Not every possibility needs to be explored. When you allow some things to stay open, without forcing closure, your system begins to relax. Because it no longer feels like it has to solve everything immediately. And in that relaxation, the urgency fades. The mind slows down. The body releases the need to stay ready, and the present becomes more stable. You begin to feel grounded again, not because the future is certain, but because you are no longer trying to control it too early. And over time, this becomes a new pattern. The mind learns that it does not need to rush ahead. The body learns that it can rest without losing control, and anxiety begins to lose its foundation, because it no longer has a future to hold on to. Only a present that is enough. And in that space, something deeper begins to grow. A quiet trust, a sense that you can move forward without needing to predict every step. And from that trust, real calm begins to take shape. And as that quiet trust begins to grow, as the mind slowly stops reaching too far ahead, something deeper calls for your attention. Because even when you stop chasing tomorrow, your body may still be carrying yesterday. There is a subtle feeling that lingers after stress, not always obvious, not always intense, but present, a kind of unfinished movement inside you, as if something started but never fully ended. And this is where many people miss a very simple truth. Stress is not meant to stay in the body. It is meant to move through it. There is a quiet curiosity that begins to rise when you notice this. If stress is meant to pass, then why does it remain? The answer is not in how strong the stress was, but in how it was interrupted. When your system experiences pressure, it prepares for action. The heart rate changes, the muscles engage, the breath shifts. This is natural. It is how the body protects you. But this response is designed to complete itself. It needs a beginning, a peak, and then a release. But in modern life, that release often never happens. You feel the tension, but you keep sitting. You feel the pressure, but you stay still. You feel the reaction, but you suppress it because there is no space to express it. So the cycle begins, but it does not finish. And what does not finish stays. It settles quietly into the body, not as a clear memory, but as a pattern, a baseline level of tension that becomes familiar over time. This is why your shoulders can feel tight without a reason, why your chest can feel heavy even when nothing is wrong, why your body feels alert even in calm moments. It is not because something is happening now. It is because something never fully ended before. There is also a misunderstanding that releasing stress requires something intense or dramatic. But the body does not need force. It needs permission, permission to move, to soften, to complete what it started. Sometimes this happens naturally without you noticing, a deep breath that comes on its own, a stretch that feels relieving, a slight shift in posture that makes everything feel lighter. These are small signs of completion. But when you begin to pay attention, you start to notice them more clearly. And when you allow them instead of ignoring them, something changes. The body begins to trust that it can finish what it starts. There is also something important about not controlling the process too much. When people try to relax the body, they often create more tension, because they are trying to force an outcome. But completion does not come from force. It comes from allowing the body to do what it already knows how to do. There may be moments where a feeling rises slightly, a wave of emotion that does not have a clear story, a subtle urge to move, to breathe differently, to adjust. Instead of stopping it, you let it happen, not pushing it, not analyzing it, just allowing. And in that allowing, the cycle begins to complete itself. The breath deepens naturally, the muscles release gradually, the nervous system shifts without effort. This is not something you need to understand fully, it is something you experience. There is also a deeper layer to this. When the body begins to complete these cycles, it does not just release physical tension, it releases emotional weight, because the two are connected. What was held as tension was also holding feeling, and when the tension softens, the feeling moves with it. This is why sometimes after a deep exhale or a moment of stillness, you feel lighter, even without knowing why. Something was released, something finished, and your system no longer needs to carry it. This is the forgotten practice, not doing more, but allowing what is already happening to complete. Not adding effort, but removing interference. Over time, this creates a different relationship with your body. You begin to notice when something is incomplete, not as a problem, but as a process still in motion. You stop ignoring the signals. You stop pushing through without awareness. And instead, you create small spaces where completion can happen. Even a few moments of stillness can make a difference. Even a single deep natural breath can begin the shift. Because the body does not need hours to release. It needs consistency, moments where it is allowed to return to balance. And as this becomes more natural, something changes. The baseline tension begins to lower. The body no longer carries as much from one moment to the next. Stress moves through more easily. It does not stay as long. And this has a quiet but powerful effect on your nights. Because when the body is not holding unfinished cycles, it does not need to stay alert. It does not need to replay. It does not need to hold on. It can rest fully. And in that rest, the deeper layers of release become possible, the kind that does not just calm you for a moment, but begins to reshape how your system responds over time. And as you continue to allow this, something even more subtle begins to emerge. A sense that your body is no longer working against you, but with you. completing what needs to be completed, and letting go of what no longer needs to stay. And as your body begins to complete what was once interrupted, as that quiet release becomes more natural, another layer begins to surface. Because some patterns did not begin recently. They began long before you ever had the words to describe them. There is a quiet feeling that sometimes shows up without a clear source, a sense of needing to get things right, to not make mistakes, to think carefully before acting, to double-check, to replay, to analyze. And it feels like responsibility, like you are just being careful, just being thoughtful, just trying to do things the right way. But beneath that, something older may be moving. There is a moment in many lives where pressure is first learned, not always through something obvious, not always through harsh words or clear expectations. Sometimes it is subtle, a look, a tone, a reaction that teaches you something without ever saying it directly, that your actions have weight, that mistakes have consequences, that approval must be earned. And the body learns quickly. It begins to stay alert, not just to what is happening, but to what might happen if something goes wrong. This is where overthinking quietly begins, not as a habit, but as a form of protection. If you think carefully enough, you can avoid mistakes. If you plan thoroughly enough, you can prevent problems. If you analyze every detail, you can stay safe. And this works for a while. It creates a sense of control, a feeling that you are prepared, that you are managing things well. But over time, something changes. The thinking does not stop when the situation ends. It continues, even in simple moments, even when nothing is at risk. Because the pattern is no longer tied to the situation. It has become part of how your system operates. There is also something important about how this pressure is stored. It is not always remembered as a clear event. You may not be able to point to a specific moment where it all began, but the feeling remains. The need to get it right, the fear of getting it wrong, the subtle tension that comes with every decision. And this tension fuels the mind. It keeps it active. It keeps it searching. It keeps it trying to find the perfect answer before anything is done. But here is where it becomes heavy. Life does not offer perfect answers. There is always some level of uncertainty. And when your system is not comfortable with uncertainty, it tries to remove it through thinking. But thinking cannot remove what is naturally uncertain. So it keeps going, and going, and going. This is why overthinking feels endless. Because it is not trying to solve a single problem. It is trying to create certainty in a world that does not offer it. And beneath that effort, there is a deeper emotion. A fear of not being enough. A fear of making the wrong choice. A fear of facing something unprepared. These fears are not always loud. They do not always show up as clear thoughts. But they sit beneath the surface, shaping how the mind moves. And this is where awareness begins to change things. Because once you see that overthinking is not just a thinking problem, but a response to old pressure, your relationship with it shifts. You stop trying to fight the thoughts directly, and you begin to soften the pressure beneath them. There is also something important about how you respond to yourself. If every thought is judged, if every mistake is criticized, if every decision feels like it must be perfect, the pattern continues, because the system believes it is still under pressure. But when you begin to meet yourself differently, something changes, not by forcing confidence, but by allowing imperfection, by letting decisions be made without endless analysis, by accepting that not everything needs to be controlled to be okay. This does not mean you stop thinking carefully. It means you stop thinking excessively. There is a difference. Careful thinking is grounded. It has a beginning and an end. Overthinking does not. It loops. It searches without stopping. It tries to find something that cannot be fully found. And the way out is not through more thinking, it is through allowing. Allowing decisions to be made without needing absolute certainty. Allowing outcomes to unfold without needing to predict them fully. Allowing yourself to exist without constantly measuring your actions. There is also something deeply calming about recognizing that you are no longer in the same place where that pressure began. You are not the same person. You are not in the same environment. You have more awareness now, more capacity, more ability to respond. And your system can begin to learn this, not through logic, but through experience. Each time you allow yourself to act without overthinking, each time you let a thought pass without following it, each time you choose ease over pressure, your system updates. The pattern begins to loosen. The need to control every outcome begins to fade, and slowly the mind becomes quieter, not because there is nothing to think about, but because it no longer feels like it has to think about everything. And in that quiet, something else becomes possible. Clarity. A kind of clarity that does not come from analyzing every option, but from being present with what is enough. And from that place, decisions feel lighter, actions feel simpler, and the weight that once drove overthinking begins to dissolve, leaving behind a mind that still thinks, but no longer carries the pressure it once did. And as that pressure begins to loosen, as the need to think perfectly starts to fade, something unexpected can happen. You finally get a moment of calm, and instead of relaxing, your mind starts searching again. There is a quiet tension in that moment. Everything seems fine. Nothing urgent is happening. The environment is steady. The body could rest. But something inside you does not settle. It starts scanning, looking for something, anything, that might be wrong. And it can feel confusing, because you wanted this calm, you needed this break, but now that it is here, your mind does not trust it. There is a subtle emotion that comes with this, a kind of uneasiness that does not match the situation, not strong enough to panic, but strong enough to keep you from fully relaxing. And this is where a deeper pattern reveals itself. The mind is not only used to solving problems, it is used to expecting them. If your system has spent a long time in stress, in pressure, in constant movement, it begins to treat that state as normal. Not comfortable, but familiar. And anything unfamiliar, even calm, can feel uncertain. So when life slows down, your system does not immediately recognize it as safe. It begins to question it. Is something missing? Did I forget something? What could go wrong next? These questions are not always clear thoughts. Sometimes they appear as a feeling, a restlessness, a subtle discomfort that makes stillness feel incomplete. And the mind responds by creating something to focus on. It pulls up a problem. It finds something small and expands it. It revisits something old and brings it forward, not because it wants to disturb you, but because it is trying to return to what it understands. Activity, alertness, preparation. This is why calm can feel unfamiliar at first, because your system has not yet learned to stay there. It is like entering a quiet room after being in constant noise. At first, the silence feels strange, almost uncomfortable, but over time, it becomes natural. The same is true for your mind. When it is used to constant stimulation, constant problem-solving, constant engagement, stillness feels like something is missing, so it fills the space. There is also something deeper happening beneath this. When the mind is busy, it has something to hold on to, a sense of purpose, a direction. Even if it is stressful, it gives structure. But when everything becomes calm, that structure disappears. And what remains is openness, and openness can feel uncertain, because there is nothing to manage, nothing to fix, Nothing to prepare for, just presence. And if your system is not used to that, it may try to escape it by creating a problem, by bringing something into focus, by turning calm into something that needs attention. This is not a flaw, it is a learned response. And once you see it clearly, something begins to shift. You stop taking every new problem at face value. You begin to notice when the mind is creating something, just to stay active. And instead of following it immediately, you pause. You allow the feeling of calm to exist, even if it feels unfamiliar, even if it feels incomplete. You let it be there without filling it. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, because you are not used to it. The mind may try again. It may bring another thought, another concern, another scenario. But each time you notice it without engaging, the pattern weakens. The mind begins to learn that it does not need to create something to stay safe. That calm is not a gap that needs to be filled. It is a state that can be trusted. There is also something important about how you meet this calm, not with expectation, not with pressure to feel a certain way, but with openness. You allow yourself to rest in it, even if it feels new. You let your body experience it, without trying to define it. And over time, something changes. The restlessness fades. The need to search decreases. The calm that once felt unfamiliar begins to feel natural. And the mind no longer needs to create problems to feel grounded, because it has learned a new way of being, one that does not depend on constant activity, one that does not require tension to feel stable, one that allows stillness to exist without needing to turn it into something else. And in that stillness, a deeper kind of peace begins to form. Not the kind that comes from solving everything, but the kind that comes from not needing to. And from that place your nights become different, not filled with searching, but with settling, not driven by urgency, but guided by ease. And the calm you once questioned becomes the space where your system finally rests. And as that calm begins to feel more familiar, as your mind slowly stops searching for something to fix, another quiet doorway starts to reveal itself. Because there is a small window every night that most people pass through without ever noticing, a space between being awake and being asleep. And what happens in that space quietly shapes everything that follows. There is a feeling in those final moments before sleep. The world fades, your body softens, your awareness becomes lighter. Thoughts are still there, but they begin to blur at the edges. You are no longer fully in control, but not fully gone either. This is the sleep gate. Not something you see, but something you pass through, and what you carry into it is what your subconscious begins to work with. There is a quiet curiosity that comes with this realization. If the mind is more open in that moment, then what you feel, think, and focus on just before sleep becomes more influential than you might expect. Because the conscious mind is stepping back, and the subconscious is stepping forward. During the day, your mind filters everything. It questions, analyzes, decides what matters and what does not. But in this transition, that filter becomes softer. Suggestions are received more easily, feelings sink deeper, patterns are reinforced without resistance. This is why the last moments before sleep are not neutral. They are active, not in a loud way, but in a shaping way. If your mind is filled with tension, worry, unfinished thoughts, those impressions are carried into the deeper layers, not as clear stories, but as emotional tones. And those tones influence how your system processes during the night. This is why you may wake up still feeling the same weight you had before sleep, not because nothing changed, but because the same pattern was carried through. But there is also another possibility. If the body begins to soften before sleep, if the breath slows, if the mind is not gripping onto problems, then a different signal is passed through that gate. A signal of safety, a signal of release, a signal that it is okay to let go. And the subconscious responds to that. There is also something important about the simplicity of this moment. You do not need complex techniques. You do not need to force your thoughts into something perfect. What matters is the direction, not the precision. If your attention is gently guided toward calm, toward ease, toward letting go, your system begins to follow. Even something as simple as noticing your breath without changing it begins to shift the tone. Letting your awareness rest on something steady, something neutral, something that does not carry pressure, creates a different entry into sleep. And this entry shapes the night. Because once you pass through the sleep gate, the mind no longer filters what it processes. It works with what it has been given. And this is why small changes before sleep create deeper changes over time. There is also something important about reducing intensity in those moments. Bright lights, constant stimulation, fast-moving thoughts, all of these keep the mind active. They keep the gate narrow, making it harder for the system to transition smoothly. But when things become softer, quieter, slower, the gate opens more easily. The shift becomes natural. The mind does not need to be pushed into sleep. It begins to move there on its own. There is also a subtle shift in how you relate to your thoughts in this space. Instead of engaging with each one, you begin to let them pass. Not because they are unimportant, but because this moment is not for solving. It is for transitioning. And when you allow thoughts to move without holding them, they lose their weight. They become lighter, less defined, and eventually they fade. This creates a different internal environment, one where the subconscious is not fed with tension, but with stillness. And in that stillness, deeper processes begin to unfold. The body restores more fully. The mind reorganizes more clearly. Emotional patterns begin to loosen instead of tighten, and you wake up feeling different, even if you cannot explain why. There is also something deeply empowering about this, because it shows you that you are not at the mercy of your nights. You can shape how your system enters rest, not by controlling everything, but by guiding the transition, by respecting that small window and using it intentionally. And over time, this becomes a quiet habit. You no longer rush into sleep carrying the full weight of the day. You begin to release before you rest. You begin to soften before you let go. And the sleep gate becomes something you move through with awareness, instead of by accident. And from there, the nights begin to change. Not dramatically, but steadily. More depth, more ease, more space for your system to do what it has always been trying to do. Let go and restore. And as this becomes natural, something even deeper begins to unfold. Because what you feed the subconscious in those final moments becomes the foundation for how it heals while you sleep. And as you begin to pass through that quiet sleep gate with more awareness, as your mind softens instead of carrying the day forward, another pattern slowly comes into focus. Because even in stillness, the mind can keep something alive. There is a subtle habit that feels almost productive, a quiet rehearsal that happens in the background. You go over conversations that have not happened yet. You replay moments, adjusting what you would say, how you would act, how things might unfold. And it feels useful. It feels like preparation, like you are getting ahead of things, making sure you are ready. But beneath that, something else is happening. Each time you mentally rehearse a fearful outcome, your body responds as if it is real. There is a quiet emotion that builds when you notice this, a sense that your system is reacting to something that has not happened, yet it feels as if it already has. The breath shifts slightly. The muscles tighten just enough to hold tension. The mind becomes more focused, but not in a calm way, in an alert way, and without realizing it, you are feeding the very state you are trying to avoid. The subconscious does not separate imagination from reality the way your conscious mind does. If a scenario is repeated with enough emotional intensity, it becomes familiar, and familiarity creates belief. So when you repeatedly imagine something going wrong, your system begins to expect it, not because it is likely, but because it has been practiced. This is why mental rehearsals can become loops. You are not just thinking about a situation, you are training your system to feel it before it arrives. And the more you do this, the more your body stays in a state of preparation, always slightly tense, always slightly ready, even in moments where nothing is required. There is also something deeper beneath this pattern, a desire to control outcomes, a belief that if you prepare enough, if you think through every possibility, you can avoid discomfort. But mental rehearsals rarely bring clarity. They often create more variations, more possibilities, more uncertainty, because the mind is working with incomplete information, and instead of resolving, it expands. There is always another angle, another version, another outcome to consider, and this keeps the loop alive. But there is a different way to meet this. Instead of rehearsing every possible scenario, you begin to notice when the rehearsal starts, not by stopping it forcefully, but by becoming aware of it. There is a moment where the mind shifts from present awareness into imagined futures. And when you catch that shift, something changes. You no longer follow it automatically. You pause. You allow the thought to exist without building on it, without adding more detail, without trying to perfect it. And in that pause, the loop loses momentum. There is also something important about bringing attention back to the body, not as a technique, but as a grounding. When you notice your breath, when you feel the support beneath you, when you become aware of simple sensations, the mind begins to return from the imagined to the real. And in the real, there is no immediate problem. This does not mean you stop preparing altogether. It means you prepare when it is useful, and you rest when it is not. There is a difference between intentional planning and repetitive rehearsal. Planning has a purpose. It starts and it ends. Rehearsal continues, even when nothing new is gained. Learning to recognize this difference is what creates space. There is also something powerful about accepting uncertainty, not as something to fix, but as something natural. You do not need to predict every detail to handle what comes. You do not need to rehearse every outcome to be capable. Your ability to respond exists in the moment, not in the rehearsal. And when you begin to trust that, the need to mentally prepare everything begins to fade. The mind becomes quieter, not empty, but less driven, less urgent, less attached to controlling what has not yet happened. There is also a subtle shift in how you relate to fear itself. Instead of trying to eliminate it through thinking, you allow it to exist without feeding it. You notice the sensation, you feel it in the body, but you do not build a story around it. And without the story, the fear does not grow. It passes, like a wave that rises and then settles. Over time, this changes the pattern. The mind stops rehearsing as often. The body stops reacting to imagined scenarios. And your system begins to stay more present, more grounded, more at ease. This is not about controlling your thoughts. It is about choosing where your attention rests. Because whatever you give attention to, you strengthen. And when you stop giving energy to fearful rehearsals, they begin to lose their hold, leaving behind a quieter mind, a steadier body, and a deeper sense that you no longer need to prepare for everything, to be at peace. And from that place, the night becomes less about anticipation and more about release. And as you begin to loosen the habit of rehearsing fear, as the mind stops feeding what has not yet happened, something quieter begins to surface. Because not everything that keeps you awake is a thought. Some of it was never given words. There is a feeling that lingers beneath the surface, not loud, not clear, but present. A heaviness that does not come from one single moment, but from many small ones that were never fully felt. Moments where you held back, where you stayed quiet, where you moved on, before something inside you had the chance to finish. And during the day, it stays hidden, covered by movement, by responsibility, by everything that keeps you going. But when the night comes, when the noise fades, and there is nothing left to distract you, those unspoken emotions begin to rise, not as clear stories, but as sensations, a tightness in the chest, a restlessness in the body, a subtle discomfort that does not have a name. And the mind tries to understand it. It searches for reasons. It looks for something to explain why you feel this way. But often, there is no clear explanation. Because what you are feeling is not coming from a current situation. It is coming from something that was never expressed. The body does not forget what the voice could not say. Every emotion has a natural movement. It rises, it is felt, and then it settles. But when that movement is interrupted, when the feeling is pushed down, ignored, or avoided, it does not disappear. It stays, not as a memory you can easily recall, but as a presence in the body. And over time, these small, unfinished emotions begin to collect. They do not demand attention during the day, but at night, they finally have space. This is why restlessness often appears without a clear cause. It is not random. It is the body asking to complete what was left unfinished. There is also something important about how these emotions were held. Many people learn early on that certain feelings are not safe to express. That being upset is too much. That being vulnerable is not allowed. That it is better to stay strong, to stay quiet, to move on. And so the system adapts. It learns to contain, to hold, to suppress. And this works until the body can no longer carry it without releasing it. Nighttime becomes that release point, not because you are losing control, but because control is finally softening, and what has been held begins to move. There is also a misunderstanding here. People often believe that they need to understand every feeling in order to release it. But the body does not require full understanding. It requires space. When you allow a sensation to be there without immediately trying to label it, without trying to explain it, something shifts. The feeling begins to move on its own. It changes, it softens, it loses intensity, not because you solved it, but because you allowed it. This is why fighting restlessness often makes it stronger, because resistance keeps the emotion active. It tells the system that something is wrong, that it needs to be fixed. But when you allow it, without judgment, without urgency, the cycle begins to complete. There is also something important about creating safety in these moments, not by forcing calm, but by being present, noticing your breath, feeling the weight of your body, letting yourself exist without needing to change what is happening. These small acts send a different signal, that it is okay to feel, that nothing needs to be hidden, that the body can release what it has been carrying, and over time, this changes how your system responds. The emotions that once stayed trapped begin to move more freely, They do not wait until night to surface. They are felt and released in the moment. And this reduces the build-up. The need for nighttime processing becomes less intense. Sleep becomes deeper. Rest becomes easier. Because the body is no longer holding as much. There is also a deeper shift that happens here. You begin to trust your own experience. Not every feeling needs to be controlled. Not every emotion needs to be avoided. Some simply need to be allowed, and when you give them that space, they no longer need to demand your attention. They pass quietly, naturally, leaving behind a sense of lightness. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The restlessness fades. The body settles more easily. The mind does not need to search for explanations, because there is less left unspoken, less left unfinished. And in that quiet, something deeper becomes possible. A kind of rest that is not just physical, but emotional. A sense that nothing inside you is being held back anymore. And from that place, sleep becomes what it was always meant to be. Not an escape, but a release. And as those unspoken emotions begin to find space, as the body no longer needs to carry everything in silence, another layer gently comes into view. Because sometimes the weight you carry is not just from what happened, it is from who you had to be. There is a quiet feeling that comes with always being the strong one, the one people rely on, the one who holds it together, the one who does not fall apart, even when things feel heavy inside. And at first it feels like strength. It feels like control, like you are doing what needs to be done. But over time, something begins to build beneath that role. There is a subtle pressure that never fully leaves, a sense that you cannot drop the weight, even for a moment, that you have to keep going, keep managing, keep showing up the same way. And the body listens to that. It learns that rest is not safe, that letting go is not allowed, that softness might lead to something breaking, so it stays firm, it stays alert, it holds everything in place, even when there is nothing left to hold. This is the hidden cost, not the strength itself, but the inability to step out of it, because true strength is flexible. It knows when to hold and when to release. But when strength becomes constant, it turns into tension. There is also something deeper happening here. When you are always the one others depend on, you may not have had space to express your own needs, your own emotions, your own moments of uncertainty. Not because they were not there, but because there was no room for them. So they were set aside, pushed down, delayed, and over time they became part of what you carry silently. This is why, when the night comes, the body does not immediately relax, because it is not used to being off. It is used to being ready, ready to respond, ready to manage, ready to stay composed. Even in stillness, that readiness remains, and it shows up as subtle tension. A feeling that you cannot fully drop your guard, that something still needs your attention, even when nothing is happening. There is also something important about identity here. When you have been the strong one for a long time, it becomes part of how you see yourself, part of how others see you. And letting go of that, even for a moment, can feel unfamiliar, almost like losing something. But what you are actually losing is the constant pressure, not the strength, because real strength does not disappear when you rest. It becomes clearer, more balanced, more natural. There is a shift that begins when you allow yourself to not hold everything all the time, when you let your shoulders drop without needing a reason, when you allow your breath to soften without trying to control it. When you stop trying to manage every feeling that arises, these small moments begin to change how your system responds, the body starts to learn that it is safe to relax, even when nothing has been solved, that you do not need to carry everything to stay stable. There is also something important about allowing vulnerability, even in quiet ways, not necessarily by expressing everything outwardly, but by letting yourself feel what is there without pushing it away. Because the more you suppress your own experience, the more your system stays in a state of holding. And holding is what keeps tension alive. But when you allow, even slightly, the grip begins to loosen. You begin to feel without needing to control the feeling. You begin to exist without constantly managing your state. And this creates space. Space for the body to rest. Space for the mind to quiet. Space for something softer to emerge. There is also a quiet realization that comes with this. You do not have to earn rest. You do not have to prove that you are strong enough to deserve ease. You already are, and the moment you stop treating rest as something conditional, your system begins to accept it, not as a reward, but as a natural state. And over time, this changes everything. The body no longer stays tense by default. The mind no longer feels responsible for holding everything together. And the role of the strong one becomes something you can step into and step out of, not something you are trapped inside. And as this shift deepens, your nights begin to feel different. The weight that once stayed with you begins to lift. The need to stay ready begins to fade. And the quiet that once felt uncomfortable begins to feel like relief. Because for the first time in a long time, you are not holding everything. You are allowing yourself to rest. And in that rest, a different kind of strength begins to grow. One that does not come from carrying more, but from finally letting go. And as you begin to loosen that constant grip, as the body slowly learns it does not have to hold everything together, something simple, almost unnoticed, begins to take on a deeper meaning. Because even when your mind is quiet, even when your body starts to soften, there is something always moving. Your breath. There is a quiet shift that happens when you bring your attention to it. Not in a forced way, not trying to control it, just noticing. And what you notice first is how closely it follows your state. When you feel tense, the breath becomes shallow. When you feel rushed, it becomes quick. When you feel uncertain, it becomes uneven. It changes without asking you. It responds to everything happening inside you. But what many people do not realize is that this movement is not one way. Your breath does not just reflect your state, it also shapes it. There is a subtle emotion that arises when you understand this, a sense that something so simple has been quietly influencing how you feel all along, because every breath you take sends a signal, not in words, but in sensation. A slow, steady breath tells your system that things are safe. A tight, restricted breath tells it to stay alert, and the body listens. It adjusts your heart rate, it shifts your nervous system. It prepares you, or it relaxes you, based on that signal. This is why your breath becomes a message to your brain, not a command, but a pattern. And the brain follows patterns. There is also something important about how natural this is. You do not need to force your breath into a perfect rhythm, because the moment you try too hard, tension can return. Instead, it begins with awareness, just noticing the inhale, the exhale, the small pauses in between. And as you notice, something changes. The breath begins to slow on its own. It becomes deeper, without effort. More even, without control. Because attention brings calm, and calm reshapes the breath. There is also a deeper layer to this. When your breath becomes steady, your body begins to trust the moment. It stops scanning for danger. It reduces the need to prepare. It allows the muscles to soften, the mind to slow, the system to shift into rest. This is why even a few moments of gentle breathing can change how you feel. Not because you are fixing something, but because you are communicating safety. There is a quiet power in that. Because safety is not always found in the outside world, it is often created from within, and the breath is one of the simplest ways to do that. There is also something important about consistency. Not doing it perfectly, but returning to it. Each time you notice your breath and allow it to settle, you reinforce a new pattern. A pattern where your system does not stay tense by default. A pattern where calm becomes more familiar. And over time, this begins to happen automatically. The breath slows without you thinking about it. The body relaxes more easily. The mind does not hold on to thoughts as tightly, because the message being sent is different. There is also a shift in how you relate to discomfort. Instead of reacting immediately, you breathe. You allow the sensation to exist without trying to change it right away. And in that space, the intensity begins to soften because the body is no longer being told to resist. It is being allowed to settle. This is not about controlling your experience. It is about changing how your system responds to it. And the breath becomes the bridge, the link between what you feel and how your body interprets it. There is also something deeply calming about realizing that your breath is always available, no matter where you are, no matter what you are feeling. It is there, moving, steady, ready to support you. And when you begin to trust it, you no longer feel as disconnected from your own state. You have a way to return, not by escaping, but by reconnecting. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to shift. The body settles faster. The mind quiets more easily. The transition into sleep becomes smoother. Because the message you are sending is clear. There is no danger here. There is nothing to prepare for. It is safe to rest. And when the brain receives that message again and again, it begins to believe it, not as a thought, but as a felt experience. And from that place, something deeper begins to unfold. A calm that is not forced. A stillness that does not require effort. A sense that your body and your mind are finally moving in the same direction, toward rest, toward ease, toward a quiet that no longer needs to be filled, only felt. And as your breath begins to slow, as your body starts to receive that quiet message of safety, something unexpected can appear, a strange resistance to relaxing, not loud, not obvious, but subtle, almost like your system is pulling back just as you begin to soften. There is a quiet feeling in that moment, a sense that letting go is not as easy as it should be, that even when everything is calm, something inside you stays slightly on edge, and it can feel confusing, because you want to relax. You are trying to relax, but part of you does not fully allow it. There is a deeper reason for this. When your system has spent a long time in survival mode, alert, prepared, always ready, that state becomes familiar, not comfortable, but known. And anything unknown, even calm, can feel uncertain. There is a subtle emotion that rises when you enter that calm, not fear in a clear sense, but a quiet discomfort, a feeling that something is missing, that something should be happening. And the body reacts. It tightens slightly. The breath becomes less steady. The mind begins to search again, not because something is wrong, but because your system is trying to return to what it understands. Survival mode. In survival mode, everything has a clear purpose. You are focused, you are alert, you are ready. There is always something to do, something to manage, something to prepare for. And that creates a sense of structure. Even if it is exhausting, it feels defined. But relaxation is different. It has no urgency, no clear task, no immediate direction, just openness. And for a system that is used to constant activity, that openness can feel unfamiliar, almost like stepping into empty space. There is also something deeper happening in the body. When you begin to relax, your nervous system shifts. It moves away from alertness and into rest. But if your system has been conditioned to associate alertness with safety, this shift can feel like losing control. Even if nothing is wrong, it can feel like something is about to be. So the body resists. Not consciously, but automatically. It keeps a small level of tension, a quiet readiness, just in case. This is not a flaw. It is a learned response. Your system adapted to protect you. It learned that staying alert was important, that relaxing too much might lead to being unprepared. And even when the environment changes, that learning can remain. There is also something important about how this shows up. It is not always obvious. It can appear as restlessness, as an inability to sit still, as a feeling that you need to check something, do something, think about something, anything, to stay engaged. Because engagement feels safer than stillness. But here is where the shift begins, not by forcing relaxation, but by understanding the resistance. When you notice that discomfort, instead of trying to push through it, you allow it to be there. You recognize it as part of the process, not as a problem, because the body is not rejecting calm, it is adjusting to it. There is also something important about going slowly. If your system is used to high alert, sudden stillness can feel too big, but gradual softening, small moments of rest, brief pauses, these begin to build trust. The body learns that it can relax without losing safety, that nothing negative happens when it lets go, even slightly. And over time, this trust grows, the resistance becomes weaker, the discomfort fades faster. The system begins to stay in calm without needing to escape it. There is also a quiet realization that comes with this. You are not losing control when you relax. You are gaining balance, because constant alertness is not stability, it is tension, and real stability includes the ability to rest, to soften, to exist without needing to prepare. This does not take away your strength, it deepens it, because a system that can move between alertness and rest is more adaptable, more resilient, more grounded. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. Relaxation no longer feels like something to resist. It becomes something to return to. The body settles more easily. The mind does not feel the need to stay active, and the quiet that once felt unfamiliar begins to feel safe. Because your system has learned something new, that it does not need to stay in survival mode to be okay, that it can let go without losing itself. And in that letting go, a deeper kind of rest becomes possible, one that is not interrupted by resistance, but supported by trust. And from that place, sleep begins to feel natural again. Not something you chase, but something you allow. And as your system slowly learns that it is safe to relax, as that constant alertness begins to soften, another quiet pattern starts to reveal itself. Because sometimes the tension you carry is not about danger, it is about people. There is a subtle feeling that appears when you think about others, not loud, not always clear, but present. A quiet pressure to do the right thing, to say the right thing, to not let anyone down. And it can feel like care, like responsibility, like you are simply being thoughtful. But beneath that, something deeper may be moving. There is a quiet emotion that surfaces when you begin to notice it, a fear that is not always spoken, but always felt, the fear of disappointing someone. Not in a dramatic way, but in small, everyday moments. Saying no when you want to rest. Choosing yourself when others expect something different. Not meeting an expectation, even one that was never clearly stated, and the body responds to this. It tightens slightly. The mind begins to calculate. What will they think? Will this change how they see me? Should I just go along with it? And without realizing it, your system begins to move away from what feels true and toward what feels safe in the eyes of others. This is how the subconscious fear works. It does not always show up as a clear thought. It appears as hesitation, as overthinking, as a quiet discomfort when you consider doing something for yourself. And over time, it becomes a pattern. You begin to anticipate reactions, even when none have happened. You adjust your behavior before anyone asks. You carry a silent responsibility to keep everything smooth, to keep everyone satisfied. But this comes with a cost, because while you are protecting others from disappointment, you may be carrying it within yourself. There is also something important about where this begins. At some point, your system learned that approval mattered, that being accepted, being appreciated, being seen in a certain way was connected to how you behaved. And this is natural. Humans are wired for connection. But when that need becomes tied to avoiding disappointment at all costs, the system stays alert, always checking, always adjusting, always trying to stay within what feels acceptable. And this creates tension, because you are not just responding to the present, you are preparing for reactions that may not even come. There is also something deeper beneath this, a belief that disappointing someone might lead to loss. Loss of connection, loss of approval, loss of being valued. And even if this belief is not conscious, it shapes how your system moves. It keeps you careful. It keeps you thinking. It keeps you from fully relaxing into your own choices. But here is where something begins to shift. Not by rejecting others, but by understanding the pattern. When you notice that tension, when you feel that hesitation, you begin to pause, not to force a different action, but to see what is happening. You recognize that the discomfort is not always about the situation itself. It is about what your system expects might happen, and this creates space. Space to choose differently, not in a dramatic way, but in small moments, allowing yourself to say no, even if it feels unfamiliar, allowing yourself to rest, even if someone might expect more, allowing yourself to exist without constantly adjusting. There is also something important about how you respond to that discomfort, not with resistance, but with understanding. Because the fear of disappointing others is not a flaw, it is a protective pattern, one that was built to maintain connection. But connection does not require constant self-abandonment. It can exist with honesty, with boundaries, with balance. And as you begin to experience this, your system updates. It learns that disappointment does not always lead to loss, that you can remain connected, even when you choose differently. And this reduces the pressure. The need to constantly prepare, to constantly adjust, begins to fade. There is also a quiet freedom that comes with this. You no longer feel responsible for managing every reaction. You begin to trust that others can hold their own responses, just as you hold yours. And this allows your body to soften, because it is no longer carrying the weight of everyone else's expectations. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The mind does not replay as many conversations. The body does not stay tense over what might be said or done. The quiet becomes easier to settle into because there is less to manage, less to hold, less to protect. And in that space, something deeper becomes possible. A sense of ease in being yourself. Not perfect, not always aligned with everyone's expectations, but real. And from that place, rest becomes deeper. Because you are no longer carrying the fear of disappointing others into the silence. You are allowing yourself to simply be. And that is where true calm begins to take root. And as that quiet freedom begins to settle in, as you loosen the need to meet every expectation, another pattern quietly steps forward. Because sometimes, anxiety does not look like fear. It looks like control. There is a subtle feeling that comes with wanting things to be just right, not in an obvious way, but in small details. The need to double-check, to refine, to adjust, to make sure nothing is off, and it feels responsible, like you are doing things properly, like you are simply aiming for a good standard. But beneath that, something else may be driving it. There is a quiet tension that sits under perfectionism, a sense that something might go wrong if things are not done a certain way, that mistakes are not just small errors, but something that needs to be avoided, and the body responds to that. It stays slightly alert, the mind stays engaged, always reviewing, always improving, always preparing, not because it enjoys the process, but because it feels safer that way. This is how anxiety hides. Not as panic, but as precision, not as fear, but as control. There is also something deeper beneath this pattern, a belief that being perfect will prevent discomfort, that if everything is done correctly, nothing will go wrong, that if there are no mistakes, there will be no consequences. And this creates a loop, because perfection is not something that can ever be fully reached. There is always another detail, another adjustment, another improvement to make. And the mind keeps going, trying to reach a point that does not exist. This is why perfectionism feels endless. Because it is not driven by satisfaction, it is driven by avoidance, avoidance of judgment, avoidance of failure, avoidance of feeling like you are not enough. There is also a quiet pressure that builds over time. Even simple tasks begin to feel heavier. Decisions take longer. Actions feel more complicated because everything carries weight. Everything feels like it needs to be done the right way. And this keeps the system in a constant state of tension, even when nothing urgent is happening. There is also something important about how perfectionism affects rest. When the day ends, the mind does not easily stop. It replays what was done. It reviews what could have been better. It searches for anything that was not complete. And this keeps the system active, even in stillness, because it does not feel finished. It does not feel resolved. And without that sense of completion, the body does not fully relax. But here is where something begins to shift, not by lowering your standards, but by changing your relationship with them. When you begin to see perfectionism as a form of protection, instead of a requirement, your approach softens. You realize that the need to get everything right is not coming from clarity, but from tension. And this creates space. Space to act without over-adjusting. Space to finish something without needing it to be flawless. Space to allow small imperfections without turning them into problems. There is also something important about redefining completion. Instead of perfect, you begin to recognize enough. Enough effort, enough attention, enough care. And when something reaches that point, you allow it to end, even if your mind suggests more. even if there are small things that could be improved, because completion is what allows the system to rest. Without it, the loop continues. There is also a quiet shift in how you respond to mistakes. Instead of seeing them as something to avoid, you begin to see them as part of movement, something that does not define you, but informs you, and this reduces the pressure. The need to control every outcome begins to fade. The mind becomes less rigid, the body becomes less tense, and actions begin to feel lighter. There is also something deeply calming about allowing things to be incomplete. Not everything needs to be fully resolved before you rest. Not every detail needs to be perfect before you let go. When you allow this, your system begins to trust that it is safe to stop, that you do not need to keep going, to stay okay. And over time, this changes the pattern. The mind no longer searches for flaws as often. The body no longer holds tension in anticipation. The sense of urgency begins to fade. And what remains is a quieter way of moving, one where care still exists, but without pressure, one where effort is present, but without fear. And in that space, anxiety has less to hide behind, because it is no longer supported by the need to control everything. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The mind does not replay as much. The body does not stay engaged. The sense of unfinished work begins to settle, because you have allowed things to be enough. And in that allowance, something deeper becomes possible. A kind of rest that does not depend on everything being perfect, but on knowing that nothing needs to be. And from that place, calm begins to feel natural, not something you chase, but something you stop interrupting. And as you begin to loosen the grip of perfection, as enough starts to feel real instead of distant, another quiet truth begins to surface. Because even when nothing is left to fix, your body may still not fully let go. There is a subtle feeling in that moment. The tasks are done. The day has ended. There is no demand pulling at you, and yet something inside remains slightly active, almost as if it is waiting for something that has not arrived, and it can feel confusing. Because logically you know you can rest. There is nothing stopping you. But the body does not follow logic the same way the mind does. It follows signals, and sometimes it is still waiting for one. There is a quiet emotion that rises when you notice this, a sense that rest is not just about stopping, but about being allowed to stop. Because for many people, rest was never something freely given. It was earned. It came after everything was finished, after everything was handled, after every expectation was met. And even then, it may have felt temporary, like something that could be taken away. So the body learned something important. Do not rest too soon. Do not relax too much. Stay ready, just in case. And this learning does not disappear overnight. It becomes part of how your system responds. Even in moments where rest is available, the body hesitates. It stays slightly alert, not because something is wrong, but because it is still waiting for a clear signal. A signal that it is truly okay to let go. There is also something deeper beneath this. A subtle belief that resting without earning it might lead to something being missed. That if you relax too soon, something might go wrong. That if you stop, you might lose control. And this keeps the system in a quiet state of readiness. Not fully tense, but not fully relaxed. Just enough alertness to stay prepared. But here is where something begins to shift. When you recognize that your body is not resisting rest, it is waiting for permission. And that permission does not come from completing everything. It comes from you. There is a quiet power in that realization, because it means you can begin to change the signal. not through force, but through consistency, through small moments where you allow yourself to stop, even if everything is not perfect, even if there are still things left to do, even if your mind suggests otherwise. There is also something important about how you give that permission, not as a command, but as an allowance, a gentle recognition that this moment is enough, that nothing urgent is required right now, that you are safe to soften without needing a reason. Sometimes this can be felt through simple actions, letting your shoulders drop, allowing your breath to slow, sitting in stillness for a few moments without filling the space. These are small signals, but they speak clearly to the body, because the body does not need long explanations. It responds to experience, and each time you allow yourself to rest, even briefly, your system begins to learn something new. That rest is not conditional, that it does not need to be earned, that it is available even when everything is not finished. There is also something important about patience here. The body does not shift all at once. It adjusts gradually, layer by layer. Each time you allow rest, the hesitation becomes smaller. The need to stay ready becomes weaker, and the sense of permission becomes more natural. There is also a quiet release that happens when this pattern begins to change. The constant waiting fades, the subtle tension softens. The body no longer feels like it has to hold something in reserve, and this changes how you experience your nights. Rest becomes easier, sleep becomes deeper, because your system is no longer asking, "Is it okay yet?" It already knows. There is also a deeper shift in how you relate to yourself. You stop measuring your worth by how much you have done. You stop delaying rest until everything is perfect. You begin to trust that you can pause without losing anything. And from that place, something important becomes possible. A kind of rest that is not interrupted by doubt. A sense of ease that does not require conditions. Because you are no longer waiting for permission, you are giving it. And as this becomes part of your experience, your system begins to settle in a different way. Not because everything is finished, but because nothing needs to be held anymore. And in that space, true rest begins to unfold. Quietly, naturally, without resistance, without waiting, just allowing. And as your body begins to accept that rest does not need to be earned, as that quiet permission becomes something you can give yourself, another truth gently rises to the surface. Because not all forms of relief are the same. There is a subtle feeling that appears when discomfort shows up, a quiet urge to move away from it, to distract yourself, to think about something else, to push it aside just enough so you do not have to feel it fully. And it works, for a moment. The intensity drops, the mind shifts. The body feels lighter, but only temporarily. And beneath that relief, something remains unfinished. There is a quiet curiosity that comes when you notice this pattern. If avoiding pain brings relief, why does it keep returning? The answer is simple, but often overlooked. Avoiding pain pauses it. Releasing pain completes it. There is a difference between the two, even if they feel similar at first. When you avoid pain, you move your attention away from it. You give your system something else to focus on, a distraction, a thought, an activity, and this interrupts the feeling. But the emotion itself does not go anywhere. It stays in the body, waiting for another moment where it can be felt. And this is why it returns, often at night, when there is nothing left to distract you. Releasing pain is different. It does not involve pushing anything away. It begins by allowing what is already there, not analyzing it, not trying to fix it, just allowing it to exist without resistance. There is a quiet emotion that comes with this, a sense of openness, of letting something move without controlling it. And at first, this can feel uncomfortable, because you are not used to staying with the feeling. You are used to escaping it, but when you stay, something begins to change. The sensation shifts. It moves, it softens, not because you forced it, but because it was finally allowed to complete its cycle. There is also something important about how the body processes this. Pain, whether emotional or physical, has a natural rhythm. It rises, peaks, and then falls. But when that rhythm is interrupted, when the feeling is cut off before it can finish, the cycle remains open, and an open cycle seeks completion. This is why certain feelings feel like they never fully leave. Not because they are permanent, but because they were never completed. There is also a deeper layer to this. Avoiding pain often comes from protection, a learned response. At some point it felt safer to not feel something fully, to move past it quickly, to stay strong, to stay composed, to keep going, and that response becomes automatic. The moment discomfort appears, the system shifts away from it. But protection is not always needed in the present, and what once helped can begin to hold things in place. There is a shift that begins when you recognize this, not by forcing yourself to feel everything intensely, but by allowing small moments of presence. When a feeling arises, you notice it. You feel where it sits in the body. You allow it to exist, without immediately trying to change it. And this creates space. Space for the cycle to move. Space for the energy to release. There is also something important about not attaching a story to the feeling. The mind will try to explain it, to connect it to something. But the body does not need the story to release. It needs the experience. When you stay with the sensation, without building a narrative, the feeling becomes less fixed. It begins to move on its own, and this movement is what allows completion. There is also a quiet sense of relief that comes with this. Not the quick relief of distraction, but a deeper one. A feeling that something has actually passed, instead of being paused. And over time, this changes your relationship with discomfort. You no longer see it as something to escape. You begin to see it as something that can move through you without staying. This reduces the need for constant avoidance. The system no longer reacts as strongly, because it trusts that what arises can also settle. There is also a deeper sense of stability that begins to form, because you are no longer dependent on external distractions to feel okay. You have the ability to stay present, even when something feels uncomfortable, and that presence creates freedom. Freedom from the cycle of pushing things away, only to have them return. Freedom from the constant need to manage every feeling. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The restlessness fades. The body does not hold as much. The mind does not need to search for escape. Because there is less left unfinished, less left to process. And in that space, something deeper becomes possible. A kind of rest that is not built on avoidance, but on completion. A sense that what has been felt has also been released. And from that place, sleep becomes lighter, easier, more natural. Because there is nothing left to push away, only what has already passed and what is ready to settle. And in that settling, true calm begins to take hold. And as you begin to allow feelings to complete instead of pushing them away, as your system learns the difference between escaping and releasing, something quieter begins to unfold. Because the night does not create what you feel, it reveals it. There is a moment when everything slows down. The tasks are done, the conversations fade, the movement of the day comes to an end, and what remains is stillness, not empty, but open, And in that openness, things begin to surface. There is a subtle feeling that comes with this, a sense that something is becoming clearer, even if you cannot fully describe it. Thoughts appear that were not present during the day. Sensations in the body become more noticeable. Emotions that were quiet begin to rise, and it can feel unexpected, because during the day, none of this seemed to exist. But it was there. It was simply covered. Daytime busyness acts like a layer, a constant flow of attention that moves outward. Tasks, responsibilities, interactions, all of these keep your focus engaged, and that engagement leaves little room for deeper awareness. Not because you are avoiding anything intentionally, but because there is no space to notice it. The mind stays occupied, the body keeps moving, and what is beneath remains in the background. But when the night comes, that layer fades. There is less to focus on externally, less to respond to, less to manage, and your awareness begins to turn inward. This is when the covered becomes visible. There is also something important about how this feels. At first, it can seem uncomfortable because you are not used to sitting with what arises without distraction. The mind may try to fill the space. It may search for something to think about. It may return to old patterns, old concerns, familiar loops, because stillness feels unfamiliar. But beneath that initial discomfort, there is clarity, because what is being revealed is not random. It is what has been present all along, just unseen. There is also a deeper layer to this. The body, like the mind, responds to attention. When you are busy, your awareness is directed outward. But when you become still, your awareness returns inward. And this allows you to notice things you usually overlook. Subtle tension, unfinished emotions, quiet thoughts that do not surface during activity. These are not new. They are simply no longer hidden. There is also something important about not judging what appears. When something surfaces in stillness, the mind often reacts. Why am I thinking this? Why do I feel this? Should I be over this already? But these questions create resistance. They turn the moment into something that needs to be fixed. And this keeps the pattern active. But when you allow what arises, without judgment, something changes. The experience becomes lighter, less defined, less heavy, because you are no longer pushing against it. There is also a quiet understanding that begins to form. That stillness is not the problem. It is the space where things become visible, and visibility is what allows release, because what is seen can be processed, what is felt can move. What is acknowledged no longer needs to stay hidden. This is why stillness can feel intense at first, because it removes the cover. But over time, as you become more comfortable with it, the intensity fades. Not because nothing is there, but because there is less left to reveal. The system begins to clear, layer by layer, night by night. And this changes how you experience those quiet moments. They no longer feel like something to escape. They become something to enter, a space where you can connect with what is actually present, instead of what is constantly moving. There is also something deeply calming about this, because when nothing is being covered, there is nothing building up. The body does not hold as much. The mind does not carry as many unfinished loops. Everything that arises has space to move, and this creates a different kind of rest, not just physical, but internal. A sense that nothing is being suppressed, nothing is being avoided. Everything is allowed to exist and then pass. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to feel different. The stillness no longer feels heavy. It feels open. The thoughts that appear no longer feel overwhelming. They feel temporary. and the body settles more easily, because there is less to hold, less to process, less to carry into the next moment. And in that openness, something deeper begins to take shape. A quiet clarity, a sense that what was once hidden no longer needs to be. And from that place, rest becomes deeper, because nothing is left waiting beneath the surface, only what is present and what is ready to settle. And in that settling, the night becomes not something to get through, but something that gently restores you. And as that stillness begins to feel less threatening, as what was once hidden becomes easier to face, another quiet pattern begins to reveal itself, because sometimes what feels uncomfortable is not the stress. It is the absence of it. There is a subtle feeling that appears when things finally slow down. Nothing urgent is happening, no pressure, no demands, no immediate problems to solve. And yet, something inside you feels slightly off. Not because something is wrong, but because something is missing. And that something is stress. There is a quiet emotion that comes with this realization, a sense that your system has become used to a certain level of tension, a certain rhythm of alertness, a certain background noise that has been present for so long. It started to feel normal, familiar. And familiarity to the body often feels like safety, even when it is not. This is how the mind begins to confuse stress with stability. When you have spent a long time managing pressure, responding to challenges, staying ready for what might happen next, your system adapts to that state. It learns to function within it. It learns to expect it. And over time, it begins to rely on it. There is also something deeper beneath this pattern. Stress provides structure. It gives the mind something to focus on, something to manage, something to prepare for. And in that constant engagement, there is a sense of direction. Even if it is exhausting, it feels defined. But when that structure disappears, when there is nothing to manage, nothing to solve, nothing to anticipate, the mind enters unfamiliar territory. Openness. And openness can feel uncertain, because it does not come with clear boundaries. There is nothing to hold on to, nothing to organize around, just space. And for a system that is used to constant movement, that space can feel uncomfortable, almost like losing balance. So the mind tries to restore what it knows. It begins to search for something to engage with, something to think about, something to prepare for, and often it recreates stress, not intentionally, but automatically, because stress feels like control. It feels like you are doing something, that you are staying ahead, that you are being responsible, but what is actually happening is the system returning to a familiar state, not because it is needed, but because it is known. There is also something important about how this shows up. It is not always obvious. It can appear as a sudden thought, a small concern that grows, a need to check something, just to be sure, a quiet restlessness that pushes you to stay engaged, even when you could rest. And if you are not aware of it, it feels justified, because the mind will always find a reason, but the pattern beneath it remains the same, returning to stress, to avoid the unfamiliar feeling of calm. There is also a shift that begins when you recognize this, not by forcing yourself to relax, but by noticing the pull. The moment your mind moves toward creating something to manage, you pause. You do not follow it immediately. You stay with the space that is already there, even if it feels slightly uncomfortable, even if it feels empty, because that emptiness is not a problem. It is a new state your system is learning. And like anything new, it takes time to become familiar. There is also something important about allowing that discomfort to exist, not pushing it away, not trying to replace it, just letting it be there. And as you stay with it, something begins to change. The discomfort softens. The need to fill the space decreases. The system begins to settle, without needing to create tension. This is how the pattern shifts. Not by removing stress forcefully, but by allowing calm to become familiar. There is also a deeper understanding that develops, that safety is not found in constant activity, not in always being prepared, not in always having something to manage. Safety is found in the ability to be still, without needing to change the moment. And as this understanding deepens, your system begins to update. The association between stress and safety weakens. The connection between calm and uncertainty fades, and slowly, a new pattern forms, one where stillness does not feel empty, but full of space, full of ease, full of quiet stability. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The mind no longer searches for problems to feel grounded. The body no longer needs tension to feel secure. The calm that once felt unfamiliar becomes the place where your system rests most easily. And from that place, something deeper begins to grow, a sense of safety that is not built on pressure, but on presence. And that presence allows your mind to settle without needing to return to what once felt familiar. Because you are no longer relying on stress to feel stable, you are learning to trust stillness instead. And in that trust, true rest begins to take hold. And as you begin to loosen your grip on stress, as calm slowly becomes something your system can trust, another quiet layer begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the hardest thing is not letting go of pressure. It is not knowing who you are without it. There is a subtle feeling that appears when the noise fades, when the problems are no longer demanding your attention, when there is nothing urgent pulling at you. And in that space, something feels uncertain, not because something is wrong, but because something familiar is gone. There is a quiet emotion in that moment, a kind of emptiness that does not feel peaceful at first, more like a question. If I am not solving, not fixing, not pushing, then who am I right now? And the mind does not always have an answer, because for a long time, your identity may have been shaped around pressure, being the one who handles things, the one who stays strong, the one who keeps going, no matter what. And that role creates a sense of self. It gives you direction, purpose, a place to stand. But when that pressure begins to fade, that structure begins to loosen, and what remains feels unfamiliar. There is also something deeper beneath this. When you are used to constant pressure, your sense of worth can become tied to it, to how much you do, how much you manage, how much you carry, and without that, it can feel like something is missing, not because you are lacking, but because your system is used to measuring itself that way. So when the pressure is gone, the measuring stops, and that can feel like losing something, even if what you are losing is the weight. There is also a quiet fear that can arise here, not loud, not obvious, but present. The fear of being still and not knowing what fills that space. The fear of facing yourself without distraction, without roles, without constant movement. And the mind may try to avoid this. It may bring back pressure, create something to focus on, something to solve, because that feels more defined than openness. But this openness is not a void, it is space. And space is where something new can begin. There is a shift that starts when you stop trying to fill that space immediately, when you allow yourself to sit in it, even if it feels unfamiliar, even if it feels slightly uncomfortable, because in that space, you begin to notice something. You are still here, not as a role, not as a function, but as awareness, as presence. And that presence does not need pressure to exist. There is also something important about how this unfolds. It does not happen all at once. You do not suddenly discover a clear answer to who you are without pressure. It reveals itself gradually, in small moments, moments where you are not doing anything, yet you feel okay, moments where you are not solving anything, yet nothing feels missing, moments where you are simply existing, without needing to define it. And these moments begin to build. They create a new sense of stability, one that is not tied to activity, not tied to performance, but tied to being. There is also a quiet freedom in this, because when your identity is not built on pressure, you are no longer dependent on it. You can act when needed and rest when it is not. You can engage without losing yourself in it. You can step back without feeling like you are losing value, and this changes everything. The constant need to stay busy fades. The mind does not search for problems to feel useful. The body does not hold tension to feel stable, because you are no longer defined by those patterns. You are simply present within them, and as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to shift. The silence no longer feels empty. It feels open. The absence of pressure no longer feels uncertain. It feels calm, and the question of who you are no longer needs an immediate answer, because you begin to experience it directly, not as a thought, but as a feeling, a quiet sense of self that exists without needing to prove anything. And from that place, something deeper begins to take shape, a kind of peace that is not dependent on doing, but on allowing. A sense that you do not need pressure to feel real. You already are, and in that realization, your system begins to settle in a new way, not because everything is defined, but because nothing needs to be forced. And in that space, true rest becomes possible, because there is no longer anything you need to be in order to relax. Only what you already are, quietly present, and finally at ease. And as that quiet sense of self begins to take shape, as you realize you are still here even without pressure, another subtle pattern starts to loosen, because even in that openness, the mind can still react. A thought appears, and instantly something inside you tightens, not because the thought is dangerous, but because it feels important, like a signal, like a warning. There is a quiet feeling that comes with this, a sense that every thought must be checked, understood, responded to, that if you ignore it, you might miss something. And this keeps the mind active, always listening, always analyzing, always trying to decide, is this something I need to act on? But here is what often goes unnoticed. Not every thought is a message. Not every thought is true. And not every thought needs your attention. There is a deeper shift that begins when you start to see thoughts differently, not as instructions, but as events, something that appears and then passes, like a sound, like a cloud moving through the sky. But for a long time, your system may have learned something else, that thoughts are important, that they need to be followed, that they are connected to safety. So when a thought appears, the body reacts. A slight tension, a shift in focus, a readiness to engage, and before you realize it, you are inside the thought, following it, building on it, turning it into something larger. This is how a simple thought becomes a loop, not because it was powerful, but because it was treated as urgent. There is also something important about how quickly this happens. It is automatic. You do not choose to follow every thought. Your system has been trained to respond that way. But that does not mean it cannot change. There is a quiet moment where everything begins to shift. The moment you notice the thought, before you follow it. It is brief, almost invisible, but it is there. And in that moment, you have space. Space to not react. Space to not engage. Space to let the thought exist, without turning it into something more. This is where the pattern begins to break. Not by stopping thoughts, but by changing your response to them. There is also something important about not trying to control the mind, because the more you try to stop thoughts, the more attention you give them, and attention is what keeps them active. Instead, you allow them, you let them appear, without resistance, but you do not follow them. You do not build on them. You do not treat them as warnings that need to be solved, and over time, something changes. The thoughts begin to lose intensity, not because they disappear, but because they are no longer being reinforced. There is also a shift in how your body responds. When you stop reacting to every thought, the tension begins to reduce, the breath becomes steadier. The system no longer prepares for something that is not actually happening, because it is no longer receiving the signal that every thought is important. There is also something deeper beneath this. Many thoughts are not about the present. They are echoes, patterns, old responses that have been repeated so many times. They feel automatic, and when you stop treating them as urgent, they begin to fade, because they no longer serve a purpose. There is also a quiet confidence that begins to grow. You start to trust that you do not need to respond to everything, that your awareness is enough, that you can notice without reacting, and this creates a different relationship with your mind. It becomes less controlling, less demanding, more open. There is also something important about patience here. This does not change overnight. The mind will still bring thoughts. It will still try to pull your attention. But each time you choose not to follow, the pattern weakens. Each time you let a thought pass, without turning it into a problem, your system learns something new, that it does not need to react to stay safe, and slowly, the mind becomes quieter, not empty, but less crowded, less urgent, less driven by the need to control everything that appears. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to shift. The thoughts that once kept you awake lose their power. They appear, and then they pass. The body does not tense with each new idea. The mind does not chase every possibility, because you are no longer treating every thought like a warning. You are allowing them to exist without giving them control. And in that space, something deeper becomes possible. A sense of stillness, even when thoughts are present. A kind of calm that does not depend on silence, but on your relationship with what arises. And from that place, rest becomes easier, because the mind is no longer something you have to manage. It becomes something you can observe. And in that observation, true quiet begins to unfold. And as you begin to step back from every thought, as the mind loses its urgency and your attention becomes steadier, another quiet truth begins to take shape. Because change does not happen in a single moment of understanding. It happens in what you return to, again and again. There is a feeling many people know well, a burst of clarity, a moment where everything makes sense. You see the patterns, you understand what needs to change, you feel ready. And for a short time, things shift. You breathe differently, you think differently, you feel lighter. But then, slowly, the old patterns return. Not because you failed, but because your system did not change yet. There is a quiet realization here. Your nervous system does not respond to motivation the way your mind does. Motivation is temporary. It rises, it fades. It depends on how you feel in the moment. But your nervous system is built on repetition, on patterns that are experienced consistently, not occasionally. This is why one calm night does not erase years of tension, why one moment of clarity does not undo long-held habits, not because change is impossible, but because it requires something deeper than a single effort. It requires consistency. There is also something important about how the system learns. It does not learn through explanation. It learns through experience, through repeated signals that show it something new. Every time your breath slows and nothing goes wrong, every time you allow a thought to pass and nothing needs to be fixed, every time you rest without earning it and everything remains okay. These moments become evidence, and the system collects that evidence quietly, not in words, but in feeling. There is also a deeper layer to this. Your current patterns were not created in a single day. They were built over time, through repetition, through moments where your system learned to stay alert, to think ahead, to hold tension. And because those patterns were repeated, they became automatic, so expecting them to change instantly creates pressure. But understanding that they change through repetition creates patience. There is a shift that happens when you stop trying to force change and start allowing it to build, not through intensity, but through small, consistent actions. A few moments of stillness, a few breaths of awareness, a quiet pause instead of reacting. These may seem simple, even insignificant, but to the nervous system, they are powerful, because they are repeated, and repetition creates familiarity, and familiarity creates safety. There is also something important about not needing to feel motivated every time, because if you rely on motivation, the pattern becomes unstable. Some days you will feel ready, other days you will not. But repetition does not depend on how you feel. It depends on what you return to, even when it feels small, even when it feels like nothing is changing, because something is changing, quietly, gradually, layer by layer. There is also a moment where you begin to notice this, not in a dramatic way, but in subtle shifts. The body relaxes faster. The mind does not hold on to thoughts as long. The reaction that once felt automatic now has a small pause. And that pause is everything, because it shows that the pattern is no longer fixed. It is becoming flexible, and flexibility is what allows change to continue. There is also a deeper sense of trust that begins to form. Not trust in motivation, but trust in the process. Trust that each small repetition is building something, even if you cannot see it immediately, even if the progress feels slow, because the nervous system does not rush. It stabilizes, and stability takes time. But once it is there, it stays. There is also something freeing about this understanding. You no longer need to chase big moments of change. You no longer need to feel perfect or ready. You simply return, again and again, to what supports your system. And over time, this becomes natural. The breath slows without effort. The mind softens without force. The body relaxes without resistance, because it has learned through repetition that it is safe to do so. And as this becomes part of your experience, your nights begin to change. Rest becomes more consistent. The patterns that once kept you awake lose their strength, because they are no longer being reinforced. Instead, something new is being repeated: calm, ease, allowing. And from that place, a deeper kind of peace begins to take hold. Not built on motivation, but on stability. Not dependent on how you feel, but grounded in what you have practiced. And in that stability, true rest becomes something your system no longer resists, but naturally returns to. And as that quiet stability begins to take root, as repetition slowly reshapes how your system responds, another layer begins to reveal itself. Because even when things are going well, even when nothing is wrong, a part of you may still be waiting. Waiting for something to go wrong. There is a subtle feeling that comes with this. Not loud, not obvious, but always present. A quiet expectation. A sense that this calm will not last. That something somewhere will shift. And it can feel like caution. Like you are simply being realistic. Preparing yourself. Just in case. But beneath that, there is something deeper. There is a quiet emotion that sits behind this pattern, a kind of tension that never fully releases. Because even in good moments, the system does not settle completely. It stays ready. Ready for change, ready for disruption, ready for something to break the calm. And this creates a constant undercurrent. Not strong enough to overwhelm, but strong enough to keep you from fully resting. There is also something important about where this comes from. At some point, your system may have learned that calm was temporary, that just when things felt okay, something happened, something shifted, something changed in a way that required you to adjust quickly, and the body remembers that. Not as a clear story, but as a pattern. A belief that stability cannot be trusted, that peace is something that disappears. So instead of fully relaxing into good moments, your system stays slightly guarded. It prepares for the shift before it happens. This is how expecting something to go wrong becomes automatic. Not because you want to think negatively, but because your system is trying to protect you from being caught off guard. There is also a deeper layer beneath this. A fear of being unprepared, a fear that if you relax too much, you might not respond fast enough. That if you trust the moment, you might miss something important. And this keeps the mind active, scanning, checking, looking for signs. Because if it can spot the problem early, it feels safer. But this creates a loop. Because when you are always looking for something wrong, you will find something, even if it is small, even if it is uncertain. And once you find it, the body reacts. The tension returns, the calm disappears, and the pattern continues. There is also something important about how this affects your ability to experience good moments. When you expect something to go wrong, you do not fully enter what is going right. Part of your attention stays outside the moment, watching, waiting, preparing, and this divides your experience. You are present, but not fully, relaxed, but not completely. And over time, this becomes your baseline, a life where calm exists, but is never fully trusted. But here is where something begins to shift. Not by forcing yourself to think positively, but by recognizing the pattern. When you notice that expectation, that subtle waiting, you pause, not to push it away, but to see it clearly. You recognize that the feeling is not coming from the present moment. It is coming from what your system has learned before. And this creates space to choose a different response. Not by ignoring the possibility of change, but by allowing the present to be what it is. Without adding something that is not there yet, there is also something powerful about staying with the good moment. Even when your mind tries to step out of it, you allow yourself to feel it. Not perfectly, not fully, but a little more each time. And as you do this, your system begins to update. It learns that calm can exist without being interrupted immediately. That nothing goes wrong just because you relaxed. That you can be present without needing to prepare for something else. This does not remove uncertainty from life, but it changes how you relate to it. You no longer try to stay ahead of every possible outcome. You begin to trust that you can respond when needed, without holding that readiness all the time. There is also a deeper sense of ease that begins to form, because the constant anticipation begins to fade. The need to scan reduces. The body no longer holds that quiet tension, and what remains is a different kind of calm, one that is not waiting for something to go wrong, but simply allowing what is here to be enough. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The mind does not stay alert for problems that have not appeared. The body does not hold tension in preparation. The sense of waiting slowly dissolves, because your system has learned something new. That calm does not need to be guarded. That peace does not need to be questioned. That you can rest without needing to stay ready. And in that realization, something deeper begins to take hold. A quiet trust in the moment. Not because nothing will ever change, but because you no longer need to live as if it already has. And from that place, true rest becomes possible, not interrupted by expectation, but supported by presence. And as that constant expectation begins to loosen, as your system slowly stops waiting for something to go wrong, another quiet layer begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes, what you are feeling is not fear, it is exhaustion. There is a subtle heaviness that builds over time, not from one moment, but from many. Small stresses, unspoken emotions, constant thinking, quiet tension that never fully leaves. And at first, it is manageable. You keep going. You handle things. You move through the day without stopping. But beneath that movement, something is slowly draining. There is a quiet feeling that comes with this, a kind of tiredness that is not just physical. Even when your body rests, your mind keeps moving. Thoughts continue, reactions continue. The system stays active, even when it has nothing left to give. And this is where emotional exhaustion begins to turn into mental noise. Because when your system is tired, it does not become silent. It becomes scattered. The mind does not slow down. It loses clarity. Thoughts become less organized, more repetitive, more random, not because there is more to think about, but because the system is overloaded. There is also something deeper happening here. When emotions are not fully processed, they do not disappear. They accumulate, layer by layer, each one adding a small amount of weight. And over time, that weight becomes harder to carry. But instead of feeling it directly, the mind tries to manage it. It turns that emotional load into thinking, into analysis, into constant internal dialogue. Because thinking feels easier than feeling, more controlled, more structured. But this creates a different kind of strain, because the mind is now carrying what the body has not released, and it begins to overflow. This is why mental noise can feel constant, not sharp, but persistent. A background chatter that never fully stops, thoughts that do not lead anywhere, questions that do not have clear answers, a sense of being mentally busy without real direction. There is also something important about how this affects rest. When the mind is filled with noise, it cannot settle easily. Even when you lie down, the movement continues. Not because something urgent is happening, but because the system has not completed what it has been carrying. And exhaustion makes this harder. Because when you are tired, your ability to process decreases. Your awareness becomes less steady. Your attention drifts more easily. And this allows the noise to continue without interruption. But here is where something begins to shift. Not by trying to silence the mind, but by understanding what is beneath it. When you recognize that the noise is not just thinking, but stored emotional weight. Your approach changes. You stop fighting the thoughts directly, and you begin to address what is feeding them. There is also something important about creating space for rest before the system reaches full exhaustion, not as a reward, but as a necessity. Even small pauses during the day can begin to reduce the build-up. Moments where you are not doing anything, not solving anything, just allowing your system to settle. These moments may feel simple, but they interrupt the accumulation. They give the body a chance to release before the load becomes too heavy. There is also a shift in how you relate to your energy. Instead of pushing through every feeling of tiredness, you begin to notice it. You allow yourself to slow down, even slightly. And this changes how the system responds, because it no longer needs to reach a breaking point to stop. It can settle gradually. There is also something powerful about allowing quiet, even when the mind feels busy, not forcing silence, but not adding more input. Letting the noise exist without reacting to it. And over time, this reduces its intensity. Because the system is no longer being stimulated constantly, it begins to reset. There is also a deeper release that happens when emotional exhaustion is met with presence. Instead of being turned into more thinking, it is allowed to move through the body. The heaviness softens, the tension reduces, and the need for constant mental activity decreases. Because the system is no longer trying to carry everything at once, and as this becomes more natural, something changes. The noise begins to fade, not all at once, but gradually. Thoughts become clearer, less repetitive, more grounded. And the mind begins to settle without needing to be forced. There is also a quiet clarity that returns, not because everything has been solved, but because there is less weight behind each thought, less pressure, less accumulation. And as this clarity deepens, your nights begin to change. The mind does not stay active out of exhaustion. The body does not carry as much into rest. The sense of being mentally overwhelmed begins to ease, because you are no longer turning emotional weight into constant thinking. You are allowing it to release before it builds. And in that release, something deeper becomes possible. A quiet mind. Not because there are no thoughts, but because there is no excess noise. A sense of ease that does not come from controlling everything, but from no longer carrying more than you need. And from that place, rest becomes natural again. Not something you struggle toward, but something your system returns to without resistance. And as that mental noise begins to settle, as the weight behind your thoughts starts to soften, another quiet truth begins to rise. Because not all anxiety is about fear. Sometimes it is about something that was never fully felt. There is a subtle heaviness that does not always come with clear thoughts, a feeling that sits deeper, quieter, harder to name. It does not always show up as sadness. It can feel like restlessness, like tension, like something inside you is unsettled without a clear reason, and the mind tries to explain it. It looks for problems. It searches for something to fix. But sometimes there is nothing to fix. Because what you are feeling is not anxiety in the usual sense. It is grief without space. There is a quiet emotion that comes when you begin to recognize this, a sense that something important was never fully processed, not because you ignored it on purpose, but because there was no room for it. Life kept moving, responsibilities stayed present. You had to continue, even when something inside you needed to pause. And so the feeling was set aside, not expressed, not completed, but not gone. There is also something important about how grief works. It does not only come from loss in the obvious sense. It can come from missed moments, from things that did not happen the way you hoped, from relationships that changed or ended or never became what they could have been, from versions of yourself you had to let go of without fully acknowledging it. And when these experiences are not felt, they remain, not as clear memories, but as emotional weight. And over time, that weight begins to move, not directly, but indirectly. It shows up as unease, as tension, as a feeling that something is not settled, and the mind labels it as anxiety, because it does not recognize the source. There is also something deeper happening here. Grief needs space, not to be solved, but to be felt. It needs stillness. It needs presence. It needs time where nothing is pulling you away from it. But when that space is not given, the feeling stays contained, and containment creates pressure, and pressure becomes restlessness. There is also a quiet resistance that can come with grief, not because you do not want to feel, but because it feels unfamiliar, or too heavy, or too undefined. So the system moves away from it, and the mind steps in, turning that feeling into thoughts, into worry, into something more manageable. But this keeps the cycle active, because the original emotion remains untouched. There is a shift that begins when you allow the possibility that not everything you feel needs to be explained. That some sensations are not problems, but processes. When a heaviness appears, instead of immediately turning it into thought, you pause, you notice it, you feel where it sits in the body, without trying to name it, without trying to solve it. And this creates space, space for the emotion to move, instead of being redirected. There is also something important about allowing this gently, not forcing yourself to feel deeply all at once, not trying to uncover everything, but allowing small moments of connection, moments where you stay with the feeling just long enough for it to shift. Because grief does not need intensity to release, it needs presence. There is also a quiet softening that happens when this begins. The restlessness reduces, the tension becomes lighter. The need to constantly think decreases, because the system is no longer holding something back. It is allowing it to move. There is also a deeper understanding that forms, that some of what you have been calling anxiety was never about fear. It was about something that needed to be acknowledged, something that needed to be felt without being rushed. And as this understanding grows, your relationship with those feelings changes. You no longer try to escape them. You meet them gently, without resistance. And in that meeting, they begin to pass, not all at once, but gradually, layer by layer, until what once felt heavy becomes lighter, and what once felt restless becomes still. There is also something deeply calming about this, because you begin to trust that what arises can also settle, that nothing inside you is permanent, that even the deepest emotions move when given space. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The unease that once appeared without reason begins to fade. The mind does not need to search for explanations. The body does not hold as much, because there is less left unprocessed, less left waiting beneath the surface. And in that space, something deeper becomes possible, a quiet kind of peace. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being held back anymore. And from that place, rest becomes deeper. Because what needed space has finally been given it, and what needed to move is no longer being contained, only allowed. And in that allowing, true release begins to take shape. And as that quiet grief begins to soften, as what once felt heavy starts to move through you instead of staying locked inside, another pattern slowly becomes visible. because even when there is nothing left to process, your system may still not fully relax. There is a subtle feeling that remains, a quiet readiness, not strong enough to call panic, but present enough to keep you from settling completely. Almost like something inside you is still on watch, even when there is nothing to watch for. There is a quiet emotion that comes with this awareness, a sense that your body has learned to stay alert, not because something is happening, but because it once had to, and that learning did not disappear. It stayed. There is also something important about how this pattern forms. At some point, your system experienced moments where being alert mattered, where noticing quickly, reacting quickly, staying aware, helped you navigate what was happening. And the body remembers that, not as a story, but as a state, a baseline level of readiness that becomes familiar over time. And familiarity, to the nervous system, feels like safety. So even when the environment changes, even when there is no immediate threat, the body continues in that state. Not because it needs to, but because it does not yet know that it can stop. There is also a deeper layer beneath this, a belief that letting your guard down might lead to something being missed. That if you relax too much, you might not respond in time. That staying alert, even slightly, is what keeps you safe. And this keeps the system active. Not fully tense, but not fully at rest. Just enough awareness to stay prepared. Just enough tension to stay ready. There is also something important about how this feels. It is not always obvious. It can appear as difficulty relaxing, even in calm situations. A subtle restlessness that does not have a clear cause. A feeling that you should be doing something, checking something, thinking about something, even when nothing is required. And if you are not aware of it, it feels normal, because it has been there for so long. But here is where something begins to shift, not by forcing the body to relax, but by recognizing that the alertness is not about the present moment. It is a pattern, a response that has continued even when it is no longer needed. And when you see it this way, something softens, because you are no longer treating it as a current warning. You begin to see it as an old signal, still running. There is also something important about responding to it gently, not trying to shut it down, but allowing it to settle. When you notice that readiness, you pause. You bring your attention back to what is actually here. The stillness of the room, the steadiness of your breath, the absence of immediate demand. And this sends a new message, that nothing needs to be managed right now, that there is no threat to prepare for, that the body can begin to release that constant watch. There is also something powerful about repetition here. Each time you allow your system to experience calm, without interruption, it begins to update. It learns that stillness is not dangerous, that nothing goes wrong when it relaxes. And over time, the baseline begins to shift. The constant alertness becomes less automatic. The body begins to settle more easily. There is also a deeper sense of trust that begins to form. Not just in your environment, but in your ability to respond when needed. Because part of the reason the system stays alert is the belief that it must always be ready. But when you begin to trust that you can handle things as they come, without needing to prepare constantly, the pressure reduces. The need to stay on guard begins to fade. There is also a quiet release that happens here. The shoulders soften. The breath deepens. The mind becomes less focused on scanning, because the system is no longer trying to protect against something that is not present. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The body does not stay slightly tense when you lie down. The mind does not stay alert for something to manage. The sense of being on begins to turn off. more easily, because your system has learned something new, that it does not need to stay ready all the time, that it can rest without losing safety, and in that realization, something deeper begins to unfold, a calm that is not interrupted by quiet alertness, a stillness that is not filled with hidden tension, a sense that your body is no longer watching, but resting. And from that place, true sleep becomes possible, not shallow, not interrupted, but deep, because there is nothing left to guard against, only space to settle and let go. And as that quiet alertness begins to soften, as your system slowly learns that it does not need to stay on watch, another shift begins to take shape. Because even when you understand the pattern, the alarm can still sound. A sudden rush in the chest, a quick tightening in the body, a thought that feels urgent, even when nothing is happening. And the instinct is immediate. Stop it. Control it. Make it go away. There is a quiet feeling in that moment, a sense that something is wrong and needs to be fixed quickly. But what often gets missed is this. The more you fight the alarm, the louder it becomes. Because to your system, resistance feels like confirmation. If you are pushing against it, it must be important. If you are trying to stop it, it must be dangerous. So it increases, not to overwhelm you, but to protect you. This is where a different approach begins. Not control, but understanding. The inner alarm is not an enemy. It is a signal, a response that was designed to keep you safe. Even if it is activating at the wrong time, there is a quiet shift that happens when you stop treating it as something to eliminate and begin to see it as something to meet. Not with fear, but with presence. When the alarm rises, instead of pushing it away, you pause. You notice what is happening in the body, the tightness, the movement of the breath, the sensation of energy building, and you stay with it, not analyzing, not reacting, just noticing. There is also something important about allowing the sensation to exist without adding a story. The mind will try to explain it, to connect it to something, but the alarm does not need explanation. It needs space, because when you remove the story, the sensation becomes simpler, less threatening, more like a wave than a problem. There is also a shift in how your body responds. When you are not fighting the alarm, the tension does not escalate. The breath begins to regulate, the intensity reaches a peak, and then starts to come down, not instantly, but naturally. This is how the cycle completes, without interruption. There is also something powerful about grounding your attention, not by forcing calm, but by returning to what is steady, the feeling of your body being supported, the rhythm of your breath, the quiet of the space around you. These simple anchors remind your system that nothing is happening right now, that there is no immediate threat, and the alarm begins to lose its urgency. There is also something important about patience. The inner alarm was built over time. It does not disappear in a single moment. But each time you meet it without resistance, something changes. The intensity becomes less overwhelming. The duration becomes shorter. The system begins to learn that it does not need to stay activated. There is also a deeper trust that begins to form. Trust that you can experience the alarm without being controlled by it. Trust that it will pass without needing to be forced. Trust that your system is capable of settling on its own when it is allowed. And this changes your relationship with it. You no longer see it as something to avoid. You begin to see it as something that moves through you without staying. There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this, because you are no longer dependent on controlling your state. You are able to remain present even when the alarm rises, and that presence is what allows it to settle, There is also a shift in how often the alarm appears, because when it is not being reinforced by resistance, the pattern weakens. The system no longer receives the signal that it needs to activate so strongly, and over time, the baseline begins to change. Less activation, less urgency, more stability. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to shift. The alarm does not pull you out of rest as easily. The body does not react as strongly. The mind does not escalate the sensation into something bigger, because you have changed how you meet it, not with force, but with allowance. And in that allowance, something deeper begins to take hold, a calm that is not dependent on everything being perfect, a steadiness that does not disappear when sensations rise, a sense that you can experience what comes without needing to fight it. And from that place, true rest becomes possible. Not because the alarm is gone, but because it no longer controls you. It rises, it passes, and you remain. Quiet, present, and finally at ease. And as you begin to meet the inner alarm without fighting it, as you learn that it can rise and pass without controlling you, another quiet pattern starts to reveal itself. Because sometimes the voice that keeps you tense is not fear, it is judgment. There is a subtle tone that appears in the mind, not loud, not always obvious, but sharp enough to leave a mark. You should not feel this way. You should be over this by now. Why are you still like this? And it can feel like discipline, like you are trying to push yourself forward, trying to become better, faster, stronger. But beneath that, something else is happening. There is a quiet heaviness that comes with self-judgment, a pressure that builds not from the original feeling, but from how you respond to it. Because now, it is not just anxiety, it is anxiety and criticism. Not just tension, but tension and shame. And the system reacts to that. It does not relax. It tightens further, because shame does not calm the body. It activates it. There is also something important about how the nervous system interprets this. It does not separate external threat from internal pressure. If you are attacking yourself, even in thought, your system responds as if something is wrong, as if it needs to defend, to prepare, to stay alert. So instead of moving toward peace, it moves deeper into tension. This is why trying to force yourself into calm through criticism does not work. Because the message being sent is not safety. It is danger. There is also something deeper beneath this pattern. Many people learn that pressure creates change, that being hard on yourself leads to improvement, that pushing yourself, judging yourself, holding yourself to high standards is what moves you forward. And in some areas, this may have worked, but peace does not grow from pressure. It grows from safety. There is a quiet shift that begins when you see this clearly. When you notice that the voice in your mind is not helping you settle, but keeping you activated, and instead of agreeing with it, you pause. You recognize that this voice is not truth. It is a pattern, a learned way of responding. And this creates space to choose something different, not by forcing kindness, but by softening the reaction. When a thought arises, instead of judging it, you allow it. When a feeling appears, instead of criticizing it, you notice it. And this changes how the system responds. Because now, there is no added pressure, no second layer of tension, just the original experience, without resistance. There is also something important about how this feels. At first, it may seem unfamiliar, almost like you are not doing enough, because you are used to pushing, used to correcting, used to trying to fix everything immediately. But this softness is not weakness. It is what allows the system to settle. There is also a deeper sense of safety that begins to form. When you stop attacking yourself, the body no longer feels under threat. The breath becomes steadier. The muscles begin to release. The mind does not escalate every thought into something bigger because it is no longer being pushed. There is also something powerful about how this changes your internal environment. Instead of being a place of tension, it becomes a place of support, a space where thoughts can exist without being judged, where feelings can arise without being rejected, and in that space, everything begins to soften. There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this, because you are no longer trying to control yourself through pressure. You are allowing yourself to settle through understanding, and this creates stability, not the kind that comes from forcing, but the kind that comes from allowing. There is also a shift in how you relate to progress. You no longer expect instant change. You no longer measure yourself against an ideal state. You simply notice what is here and allow it to move. And this makes the process lighter, more natural, more sustainable. And as this becomes more consistent, your nights begin to change. The mind does not attack itself when thoughts appear. The body does not tense in response to judgment. The system does not stay active because it feels under pressure. Because you are no longer trying to shame yourself into peace. You are allowing peace to emerge by removing what was keeping it away. And in that removal, something deeper begins to take hold. A sense of ease within yourself. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being forced. And from that place, rest becomes easier, because there is no longer a part of you working against you, only a system that is learning, slowly, gently, to let go. And as that inner pressure begins to soften, as the voice of judgment loses its grip, another quiet pattern begins to show itself. Because sometimes, the tension you carry is not just about you, it is about everyone else. There is a subtle feeling that sits beneath many of your choices, a quiet sense of responsibility, not always spoken, but always present, making sure others are okay, making sure nothing goes wrong, making sure everyone is taken care of, even when no one has asked. And it can feel like care, like kindness, like you are simply being someone who shows up. But beneath that, something deeper may be moving. There is a quiet weight that comes with this, a pressure that does not turn off easily. Because if you are responsible for everyone, then your system never fully rests. It is always checking, always adjusting, always aware of what others might need, even in moments where you are alone. There is also something important about how this pattern forms. At some point, your system may have learned that your role was to hold things together, to be the one who manages, the one who notices, the one who steps in, before something becomes a problem. And this learning becomes automatic. You begin to anticipate needs, to carry emotional weight that is not fully yours, to stay alert, not just for yourself, but for others. And over time, this becomes your baseline. There is also a deeper layer beneath this, a belief that if you do not hold things, something might fall apart, that if you relax, something will be missed, that your presence, your awareness, your effort is what keeps everything stable. And this keeps the system active, because responsibility in this form does not end. There is always something else to consider, someone else to think about, something else to manage, even when nothing is happening. There is also something subtle about how this shows up at night. The body may lie down, but the system does not switch off. It stays slightly engaged, running through interactions, thinking about what could have been done differently, preparing for what might be needed tomorrow. Not because it has to, but because it is used to. This is the hidden anxiety, not loud, not overwhelming, but constant, a background sense of being responsible, even when there is nothing to respond to. But here is where something begins to shift. Not by rejecting care, but by redefining it. Because true care does not require you to carry everything. It does not require constant alertness. It does not require you to hold what is not yours. There is a quiet change that happens when you begin to notice this pattern, when you feel that pull, to think, to manage, to hold. You pause, not to stop caring, but to see clearly what is yours to hold and what is not. And this creates space. Space to release what does not belong to you. Space to allow others to carry their own experience. Space to let your system rest, without feeling like you are abandoning something. There is also something important about trusting others, not blindly, but realistically. Trusting that they can respond, that they can handle their own moments, that you do not need to be the one who manages everything. And this reduces the pressure, because the system no longer feels like it has to stay on. There is also a deeper sense of balance that begins to form. You can still care without carrying. You can still be present without managing. You can still support without losing yourself in the process. And this changes how your body responds. The constant tension softens. The need to stay alert decreases. The mind does not run through as many scenarios. Because it is no longer holding responsibility for everything, there is also a quiet release that comes with this, a sense that you are allowed to rest, even when others are not, that your stillness does not create problems, that your relaxation does not cause anything to fall apart. And over time, your system begins to learn this. It begins to trust that it can let go, without consequences. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The mind does not stay engaged with everyone else's needs. The body does not carry as much. The sense of being responsible for everything begins to fade, because you have allowed yourself to step back without stepping away, to care without holding, to exist without managing, and in that space, something deeper becomes possible, a kind of rest that is not interrupted by constant responsibility, a sense of ease that comes from knowing you are not meant to carry everything, only what is yours. And from that place, your system finally begins to settle, not because everything is handled, but because nothing extra is being held. And in that settling, true calm begins to take root. And as that quiet weight of responsibility begins to lift, as you no longer feel the need to hold everything together, another shift gently begins to take place. Because for a long time, sleep may not have felt like rest. It may have felt like escape. There is a subtle feeling that comes at the end of the day, a sense of needing to get away from the noise, the thoughts, the pressure, even from yourself. And sleep becomes the exit, a way to shut it all down, to stop thinking, to stop feeling, to pause everything, even if only for a few hours. And at first, it seems like relief. Because the moment you fall asleep, everything goes quiet. But something remains. Because escape does not complete anything. It only delays it. There is a quiet realization that begins to surface when you notice this pattern, that even after sleeping, the same thoughts return, the same feelings rise, the same tension finds its way back into the body, not because sleep did not happen, but because repair did not. There is a difference. Sleep as escape disconnects you. Sleep as repair restores you. And the difference is not in how long you sleep, but in how your system enters that sleep. There is a subtle shift that happens when sleep is no longer used to avoid what you feel, but to support the release of it. Because when you stop pushing everything away, the body no longer needs to hold it. It begins to process, naturally, quietly, without force. There is also something important about how the body uses sleep. When the system feels safe, it does more than rest. It reorganizes. It completes emotional cycles. It clears what was not processed during the day. But when sleep is approached as escape, the system stays slightly guarded, even in rest. It does not fully open. It does not fully release, because something is still being avoided. There is a quiet emotion that comes with this understanding, a sense that sleep is not something you run toward, but something you prepare for. Not by doing more, but by allowing more. Allowing the body to soften before you lie down. Allowing the mind to release instead of suppress. Allowing the day to end without carrying it into the night. There is also something deeper beneath this shift. When you stop using sleep to escape, you begin to trust yourself more, because you are no longer avoiding your experience, you are meeting it. And this creates safety, not forced, but felt. And when the body feels safe, it does what it has always been designed to do: repair. There is also a change in how you experience those final moments before sleep. Instead of rushing into unconsciousness, you begin to slow down, to soften your awareness, to let thoughts pass without holding them, to feel your body without trying to change it. And this changes the entry. The transition becomes smoother. The system moves into rest instead of shutting down. There is also something important about consistency. Each time you allow sleep to become a place of repair, your system learns. It begins to associate the night with release, not avoidance. And over time, this becomes natural. The body relaxes more easily. The mind lets go more quickly. The depth of sleep increases without effort. Because the system trusts what is happening, there is also a quiet difference in how you wake up. When sleep is escape, you may feel temporary relief, but the weight returns. When sleep is repair, something is lighter. Not everything is gone, but something has shifted. Something has been processed. Something has been released. And you feel it, even if you cannot explain it. There is also a deeper sense of continuity that begins to form. The day no longer builds pressure that the night has to carry. The night no longer holds what the day avoided. Everything begins to flow, move, settle, without getting stuck. And this creates a different relationship with sleep. It is no longer something you chase or fall into out of exhaustion. It becomes something you enter, something you allow, a space where your system restores instead of hides. There is also a quiet peace in this, because you no longer need to run from your own mind. You are not escaping it. You are working with it, allowing it to settle, to process, to release. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to feel different, deeper, softer, more complete. Because sleep is no longer carrying what you avoided. It is repairing what you allowed. And in that repair, something deeper becomes possible. A kind of rest that does not just pause your experience, but transforms it. A sense that each night you are not just sleeping, you are healing. Quietly, naturally, without force. And from that place, true restoration begins to take hold. And as sleep begins to feel like repair instead of escape, as your system slowly learns that the night can restore what the day could not, another quiet truth begins to surface. Because even when you understand everything, your body may not follow. You can tell yourself, I'm safe. You can remind yourself, it's okay to relax. You can repeat calming thoughts again and again, and yet the tension may still remain. There is a subtle feeling in that moment, a quiet confusion. If you know you are safe, why does your body not feel it? And the answer is simple, but often overlooked. Your body does not trust words the way your mind does. It trusts patterns. There is a quiet emotion that comes with this realization, a sense that what you have experienced repeatedly carries more weight than what you say once. Because the nervous system is not built on promises, it is built on evidence. Every time your body has stayed alert, it learned something. Every time it held tension, it reinforced something. Every time it prepared for what might happen, it created a pattern. And over time, those patterns become automatic. They shape how your system responds without needing your permission. This is why a single thought, even a true one, does not immediately change how you feel. Because the body is not asking, what do you believe? It is asking, what have you experienced again and again? There is also something deeper beneath this. When you say, I'm safe, but your body has spent years feeling otherwise, there is a gap, a difference between what is said and what is known. And the system stays with what it knows, not because it is resisting change, but because it is protecting you based on past experience. There is also a quiet pattern that forms when promises are not matched by experience. If you tell yourself to relax, but then continue to stay tense, the body does not learn relaxation. It learns inconsistency, and inconsistency does not create safety. It creates uncertainty. This is why change begins with action, not just intention, not in a dramatic way, but in small, repeated experiences. Moments where your body actually feels safe, moments where it relaxes and nothing goes wrong, moments where it lets go and everything remains okay. These moments become evidence, and the nervous system collects that evidence quietly, not through thinking, but through feeling. There is also something important about patience here, because patterns that were built over time need time to shift, not through force, but through repetition. Each time you create a moment of calm, you are adding to a new pattern. Each time you allow your body to settle without interruption, you are reinforcing something new. And slowly, the balance begins to change. The old patterns lose strength. The new ones become more familiar. There is also a shift in how you relate to your thoughts. Instead of relying on words to create calm, you begin to focus on experience, on what your body is actually feeling, on what is happening in the present moment, because that is what the system responds to. Not ideas, but sensations. There is also something deeply grounding about this, because it removes pressure. You no longer need to convince yourself of anything. You do not need to repeat affirmations perfectly. You simply allow your system to experience what is already here: safety, stillness, support. And as these experiences repeat, something changes. The body begins to believe them, not because you said it, but because it has felt it. There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this, because you are no longer trying to override your system with thought. You are working with it, building new patterns, step by step. And over time, this becomes natural. The body relaxes more easily. The mind does not question calm as much, because it has experienced it enough times to trust it. There is also a deeper sense of alignment that begins to form. What you know and what you feel start to match. Not perfectly, but more consistently. and this reduces the internal conflict. The tension between thought and sensation begins to fade, and as this becomes more stable, your nights begin to change. The body does not resist rest as strongly. The mind does not need to convince itself to relax. Because the pattern has shifted, calm is no longer something new. It is something known, something familiar, something your system recognizes without needing to be told. And in that familiarity, something deeper begins to take hold, a sense of safety that is not based on promises, but on experience. And from that place, true rest becomes possible, not because you said it would, but because your body has learned that it can, again and again, until it no longer needs to question it, only to allow it. And as your body begins to trust patterns more than promises, as calm slowly becomes something it recognizes instead of questions, another quiet doorway begins to open. Because sometimes, the shift you are looking for is not in your thoughts. It is in your body. There is a subtle tension that most people carry without noticing, not sharp, not overwhelming, but constant. A slight tightening in the jaw, a lift in the shoulders, a quiet holding in the chest, and it becomes normal. So normal that you no longer feel it as tension, you feel it as you. There is a quiet awareness that begins to rise when you bring attention to this, a sense that your body has been holding something, even in moments where nothing is required. The jaw clenches, without a reason. The shoulders stay raised, without movement. The chest holds, as if preparing for something that is not happening. And these small patterns send a message, not through words, but through sensation. A message that says, stay ready, stay guarded, stay in control. Even when the mind is trying to relax, the body is still communicating something different. And the nervous system listens to that. Because the body often speaks louder than the mind, there is also something important about how these areas are connected. The jaw is linked to control, to holding back, to containing what is not expressed. The shoulders are linked to responsibility, to carrying weight, even when there is nothing to carry. The chest is linked to protection, to guarding the heart, to staying prepared. And when these areas stay tense, the system remains in a quiet state of alertness, even if everything else is calm. There is also a deeper layer to this. You do not always notice when tension builds, but your system feels it, and over time, this creates a baseline, a constant signal that something is happening, even when it is not. And this keeps the body from fully settling. But here is where something begins to shift, not through effort, but through awareness. The moment you notice your jaw, something softens. The moment you feel your shoulders, they begin to drop. The moment you bring attention to your chest, the breath changes, not because you forced it, but because awareness interrupts the pattern. There is a quiet power in this. Because you are not trying to control the body, you are allowing it to return to its natural state. There is also something important about how gentle this is. You do not need to push your jaw open. You do not need to pull your shoulders down. You do not need to force your chest to relax. You simply notice and allow. And the body responds, because it no longer needs to hold. There is also a subtle shift in how your system interprets this. When these areas soften, the signal changes, from alert to safe, from holding to releasing, from control to ease, and the nervous system follows that signal. The heart rate slows, the breath deepens, the mind becomes less urgent, because the body is no longer telling it to stay ready. There is also something important about repetition here. Each time you notice and soften, you reinforce a new pattern. A pattern where the body does not stay tense by default. A pattern where relaxation becomes more familiar, and over time, this begins to happen without effort. The jaw stays softer, the shoulders remain lower, the chest feels more open, because the system has learned that it does not need to hold everything. There is also a deeper sense of ease that begins to form, not from changing your thoughts, but from changing your state. Because when the body softens, the mind follows, not immediately, but naturally. There is less tension to react to, less sensation to interpret as danger. And this creates space, space for stillness, space for calm, space for rest. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The body does not carry as much tension into sleep. The system does not stay slightly guarded. The breath moves more freely. The mind settles more easily, because the message being sent is different. There is nothing to hold, nothing to protect, nothing to prepare for, only space to soften. And in that softening, something deeper begins to unfold. A quiet release. A sense that the body is no longer working against you, but with you, letting go of what it has been holding, one small moment at a time. And from that place, true rest becomes possible. Not forced, not controlled, but allowed, through something as simple as softening what was once held tight. And as your body begins to soften, as the jaw, the shoulders, and the chest no longer carry the same quiet tension, another layer begins to come into view, because sometimes what keeps you on guard is not what might happen. It is how you might be seen. There is a subtle feeling that appears in certain moments, not always obvious, but present. A quiet awareness of yourself, as if you are being watched, measured, evaluated. And even when no one is there, the feeling remains. There is a quiet emotion that sits beneath this, a mix of caution and hesitation, a sense that you need to adjust, to say the right thing, to act the right way, to avoid being misunderstood, and the body responds. It tightens slightly. The breath becomes more controlled. The mind begins to monitor everything, what you say, how you move, how you appear, because somewhere beneath it all, there is a fear, not just of being seen, but of being judged, of being rejected, of being misunderstood in a way that feels personal. There is also something deeper beneath this pattern. At some point your system may have learned that being seen was not always safe, that showing too much, saying too much, being too open, could lead to discomfort, to criticism, to distance. And the body remembers that, not as a clear memory, but as a response, a tendency to hold back, even when there is no threat, to stay slightly guarded, even in safe spaces. This is why the fear does not always match the situation, because it is not coming from what is happening now. It is coming from what your system learned before. There is also a quiet strategy that develops from this. You begin to shape yourself, to adjust your behavior, to fit what feels acceptable, to avoid standing out too much, to avoid saying something that might be judged. And over time, this becomes automatic. You are not choosing it consciously. It simply feels like the safest way to move. But there is a cost, because when you are constantly adjusting, you are not fully present. Part of your attention is always monitoring, always checking, always making sure you are within certain limits, and this creates tension. Not loud, but constant. There is also something important about how this affects rest. When the mind is used to monitoring, it does not easily switch off. Even at night, the pattern continues, replaying conversations, revisiting moments, wondering how you were perceived, And this keeps the system active, even in stillness. But here is where something begins to shift. Not by forcing yourself to stop caring, but by understanding the pattern. When you notice that hesitation, that subtle holding back, you pause, not to push through it, but to see it clearly. You recognize that the feeling is not about the present moment. It is about what your system expects might happen, and this creates space. Space to choose differently, even in small ways. There is also something important about allowing yourself to be seen, gradually. Not all at once, not in overwhelming ways, but in simple moments. Saying what you actually think, even if it feels slightly uncomfortable. Expressing something real without over-adjusting it. Allowing yourself to exist without constant correction. And each time you do this, something changes. Not immediately, but slowly. Your system begins to learn that being seen does not automatically lead to harm. That judgment, if it happens, does not define you. That rejection, if it occurs, does not remove your worth. There is also a deeper realization that begins to form. That much of the fear is internal, not always based on what others are actually doing, but on what your mind anticipates. And when you see this, the intensity begins to reduce. Because you are no longer reacting to imagined outcomes, you are staying with what is real. There is also something powerful about shifting your focus. Instead of constantly thinking about how you are being perceived, you begin to return to your own experience. What you feel, what you think, what matters to you, and this brings your attention back from the outside to the inside, where it is steady, where it is not being judged. There is also a quiet confidence that begins to grow, not loud, not forced, but stable, because you are no longer relying on others' reactions to feel okay. You are allowing yourself to exist as you are, and this reduces the need to monitor, the need to adjust, the need to protect. There is also a deeper sense of ease that follows. The body softens, the breath becomes more natural, the mind does not replay as much, because there is less being held back, less being filtered, less being controlled. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The mind does not revisit every interaction. The body does not stay tense over how you were seen. The system begins to settle, without needing to review everything, because you are no longer carrying the fear of being judged into the quiet. You are allowing yourself to be without constant evaluation. And in that space, something deeper begins to unfold, a sense of freedom, not from others, but from the need to constantly protect yourself from them. And from that place, true rest becomes possible. Because there is nothing left to hide, nothing left to defend, only what is real, quietly present, and finally at ease. And as you begin to release the need to constantly monitor how you are seen, as that quiet tension around judgment starts to loosen, another pattern gently comes into focus, because sometimes what you call overthinking is not confusion, it is a search. There is a subtle feeling that appears when a situation is not fully clear, a quiet discomfort, not sharp, not overwhelming, but persistent, a sense that something is unresolved, and the mind responds. It begins to think, to replay, to analyze, to search for the right answer, the right decision, the right outcome, and it keeps going, long after the situation has passed. There is a quiet emotion beneath this, a need for certainty, not just logical clarity, but emotional reassurance, a feeling that everything is okay, that nothing will go wrong, that you have not made a mistake. And until that feeling is reached, the mind continues, turning the same thoughts over, looking at them from different angles, trying to find something solid to hold on to. But here is what often goes unnoticed. Overthinking is not solving the problem. It is trying to resolve the feeling. Because the discomfort is not coming from the situation alone. It is coming from the uncertainty around it. There is also something deeper beneath this pattern. At some point, your system may have learned that uncertainty is uncomfortable, even unsafe, that not knowing what will happen or how something will turn out creates tension. So the mind steps in. It tries to predict, to prepare, to reduce the unknown, because if it can make things certain, the discomfort will disappear. But this creates a loop, because certainty is not always available, not in relationships, not in decisions, not in outcomes. And the more the mind searches for it, the more it feels out of reach. There is also something important about how this affects your energy. Overthinking feels active, but it is draining. Because the mind is working without resolution. It is moving, but not arriving, and this keeps the system engaged. Even when there is nothing new to process, there is also a quiet frustration that builds. A sense of being stuck in your own thoughts, wanting to stop, but not knowing how. Because the need beneath it, the need for certainty, has not been met. But here is where something begins to shift. Not by forcing the mind to stop thinking, but by recognizing what it is actually looking for. When you notice the loop, you pause. You ask, what am I trying to feel right now? Not what am I trying to solve, but what am I trying to settle? And often, the answer is simple: reassurance, safety, clarity. And when you see this, your approach changes. Instead of continuing the mental search, you bring attention to the feeling, the discomfort of not knowing, the tension of uncertainty, and you allow it. Not trying to remove it, but letting it exist. There is also something important about how this changes the pattern, because when you stop trying to force certainty, the need for it begins to reduce. The mind no longer needs to keep searching, because the feeling it was trying to resolve is being met directly. There is also a deeper understanding that forms. That uncertainty is not something to eliminate. It is something to tolerate, to exist with, without needing to control it. And this creates space. Space where the mind does not need to fill every gap. Space where not knowing does not create immediate tension. There is also a quiet calm that begins to appear. Not because everything is certain, but because you are no longer fighting uncertainty. You are allowing it, and in that allowance, the mind begins to slow. The thoughts become less repetitive, less urgent, less driven by the need to find an answer. There is also a shift in how you respond to future situations. You begin to notice the early signs of overthinking, the moment where the mind starts to loop. And instead of following it, you return to the feeling. You allow the uncertainty to be there without trying to remove it. And this interrupts the cycle. There is also a deeper sense of trust that begins to form. Trust that you do not need to have everything figured out to be okay. Trust that you can respond to what comes without preparing for every possibility. And this reduces the pressure. The need to think through everything before it happens begins to fade. And as this becomes more natural, your nights begin to change. The mind does not stay active searching for answers that are not available. The body does not hold tension around unresolved thoughts. The system begins to settle, even without full certainty. Because you are no longer trying to eliminate the unknown, you are allowing it to exist without turning it into a problem. And in that space, something deeper becomes possible. A kind of calm that does not depend on having all the answers, a sense of ease that comes from trusting the moment, even when it is not fully defined. And from that place, rest becomes easier, because there is nothing left to solve in order to sleep. Only what is present and what is ready to settle. And in that settling, true quiet begins to unfold. And now, something inside you is quieter. Not because every thought is gone, not because every feeling is solved, but because you have stopped fighting what was never meant to be forced. You have seen what lives beneath the noise, the patterns your body learned, the fears that stayed without words, the tension that became normal, the thoughts that asked for certainty, the silence that revealed what the day kept hidden, and instead of pushing it away, you allowed it. You softened, you slowed down, you listened, without reacting, and in that space, something shifted, because anxiety does not disappear when you control it. It fades when your system no longer needs to hold it, when the body feels safe enough to release, when the mind no longer treats every thought like a threat, when rest is no longer something you earn, but something you return to. Tonight was not about escaping your mind. It was about understanding it. Not about silencing everything, but about creating a space where everything can finally settle. And that changes everything. Because once your system learns this, it remembers. Each night becomes easier. Each breath becomes deeper. Each moment of stillness becomes less unfamiliar. Until one day, calm is no longer something you search for. It is something you live from. If something in this stayed with you, if even one part of this felt real to you, leave a comment below and share one word that describes how you feel right now. Not a long explanation, just one word. Because sometimes, one honest word says more than everything we try to explain. And if you want more of this, more clarity, more calm, more understanding of how your mind and body truly work, subscribe to the channel. Because this is not just something you listen to once. It is something you grow into, one quiet night at a time.